Cool, cool. It's been a hot minute because it was my birthday, so we took that week off. So I'll
Happy
give you
birthday!
guys. Thank you. I appreciate
Oh
it.
yes, happy belated birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. I will give you guys the lowdown on what we did last time. You were all able to fly directly to the Horse Eye Plate, a shipbuilding facility above Abalon, due to Abalon's old nickname, which was the Horse. You guys eavesdropped, tried to hack things, talked to different people, talked to pilots, met some Vesk, did whatever you had to do to get in and try to find the actual production area where EdgeCore is making the Oliphant, this crazy ship that has the larger on the inside, small on the outside TARDIS technology. Guys are able to talk your way in there pretty good. No one attacked you at first. You avoided the Killer Roomba, aka an Andesite Duster. Unfortunately, after all of that, you did have to fight with one of the overseers of this area. The Andesite in question, he used a crazy mix of like lasers, melee weapons, flight, stealth tech, lots of fun stuff. That would have been... Roll20 does not want to load his picture very quickly, but it is the Andesite monitor. You all were able to grab the ship in question, hightail it on out of there as quickly as possible, and head toward the drop where you were supposed to meet Lord St. John and his cohorts for a drop that hopefully is going to get paid a lot of money. You guys had heard a bit about the various crime details around Absalom Station. You landed here, and unfortunately Lord St. John did not hold up to his end of the bargain, and instead of being there for you, you were jumped by a couple of Drow enforcers led by Deminda, one of his operatives. Once you were into the lounge, they killed the lights, which you guys fought several times, and managed to keep them on all the way eventually due to some magic. But even with that, it was an extremely tough fight. Everyone at one point in the fight or another was down to 1 HP, no stamina left, hardly any resources left, but you did manage to prevail. For bookkeeping stuff, you will have already leveled up. We got to level up last time. There's still some stuff you could investigate in here, but there won't be any more fights. You don't need to worry too much. Alright, that is the general recap. Any questions about last time?
Not offhand.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Alright. As you guys catch your breath, the like ozone smell of blasters and strange tangs of magic in the air. What do you guys do? I imagine step off the dining room table for Shaw.
Shaw kind of stumbles off to the side and pretty much falls to a knee at that point, because considering he's probably got 2 or 3 shuriken in him, several burn marks, several stab wounds,
Oh, yeah.
bleeding from all over the place.
She was a
Yep.
big fan of hucking carbon fiber shurikens at people.
And,
Yes.
and she was stabbing me with a burning knife too, which that was also fun.
Classic.
Yep. As you fall, Scorpio Sky will quickly jog over and then just sort of like kneel down and then wrap his arm around you to help back up. It's like, come on, they're probably gonna be sending in more. We gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we do. Excuse me. Yeah, we do. Let's see if they have anything useful, and let's get the hell out of here.
Alright. I am going to reveal the rest of the rooms here. There's not any huge reason not to.
Okay.
As you guys go exploring around, so everyone give me a perception check.
And
Go ahead.
And if nobody else objects, I think we're just doing like we're not like seriously tossing the place. I should think that we're just very quickly to giving it a once over to see if there's anything obvious we can use, and including
Sure.
looting the bodies.
That makes sense to me.
Everybody good with that?
Oof, Roland coming in right
Yep.
away. All right. Scorpio, kind of just doing a quick once over, making sure none of these drow are alive and going to jump out at you from behind. While that's going on, Roland spearheading this search, Shaw backing him up. Not a lot of details to be had here, but judging from some of the iconography and other symbols in these two set of chambers for our now dead drow enforcers, and the slightly nicer chambers to the top, presumably for Deminda. You guys are, if there was any doubt in your mind, quite confident that Lord St. John is in deep with the Golden League, that ancient syndicate of criminal families originating way back on Old Galarian. On the Nat 20, let's go back down. You can see that part of the wall in Deminda's rear chambers is a secret door leading back out into the hangar. You definitely notice on that Nat 20. On a Nat 20, you see that Roland, I think you would see that that door has been opened very recently, and it does occur to you that they did make you wait for a little bit before they jumped you. Looks like someone probably would have been in and out of there before all that went down. Go ahead.
So he will announce that, but real quickly, does there seem to be anything in Deminda's quarters that looks like she might have cared about it? Or is it just like a soldier's room?
It is, I mean, it's pretty, like, expensive looking. Like, the bed has, like, silk sheets, but as you can see, it's all kind of tossed to the side. It looks like this was, like, just a safe house for them. Nicely furnished, because they're an incredibly wealthy criminal enterprise, but it doesn't look like this place held any real significance for her.
Okay. I know they said don't tear anything up. Roland flips the bed. Just because no one's there. He flips the bed because he's frustrated.
Okay.
And then
Go ahead.
Shouts out of the room. They might have messed with the ship. We gotta go quickly.
Yep.
They have a secret door.
You toss the bed over, step on the nice silk sheets on the way out.
All right.
As you guys head back to the ship,
Are there any credit chits on the body or anything?
Ooh, I believe the enforcers did have some credits on them. Give me 1 sec to pull their sheet back up. I just minimized it.
Not stripping weapons or armor or anything. I'm just looking real quick for any credit chits or other valuables, then we can go.
On a real quick search, the two enforcers each have a cred stick with 50. Deminda has a cred stick with 200.
So 300 total?
Yeah.
All right, I'll split it evenly.
You guys
100
grab
for each of
that.
us.
And yeah, everyone add 100 to their sheets. I'm going to switch us over to a map that we'll probably revisit a lot during the campaign, which is our map of the interior of the Oliphant. You guys are all in the bathroom currently. I don't know why. I just thought that was funny.
Okay.
I was setting it up and making sure, like, this, as you might imagine, stupidly hard map to line up perfectly on a grid. So I just sized it so your tokens are the proper size for these squares and removed the grid. So you won't move on, you know, XY axis as you would normally. You can kind of just freely drag, but everything is to scale.
Okay.
Yeah. This map was not designed with online play in mind, I will say.
Fair.
But yeah, there's stuff all over the place. Kind of going down the list. We got like the bridge up top. Number 2 over on the left-hand side there. There's an arcane laboratory. Then Number 3 would be your drift engine station up here in the middle behind the cockpit. There's the power core immediately next to the drift engine to make sure that it's powered. Number 5 is another one of the various rooms you can put on a starship that is a tech workshop. All of these things usually provide bonuses. 6 is the bathroom. 7 is actually a hover lift that'll bring you down to like the cargo hold below. 9, feel free to take your pick for the rooms, but those are the crew quarters. Down at underneath, we got the cargo hold. Got our cargo airlock as number 11. Number 12 is our galley. That's where we eat. These are kind of down here in the corner once you go below the first ship level. Once you go up to the top ship level, excuse me. It is the upper lavatory. Then 14 is basically like a holodeck. It's a recreational suite. So that game that you guys stole, which can up your stats for certain fights, you could play it in that HAC.
Cool.
Last but not least, number 15 is a station for a turret weapon. It's kind of like an like top of the ship, rotating turret that someone can get into.
Yeah, I think we have a chain gun by default.
Yes, I believe so. And I sent you guys the stat sheet the other day in the chat. I can send it again in a minute. I realized I don't think I added in that all of you guys can edit, but I'll add a ship sheet for you guys. Mark our rooms. All right, hold on. I'll label them in a hot second.
Yeah, it's like everything else in Scorpio just goes to this room. He's like, I call dibs.
All right. We can edit this later because we have the other stats that I gave you guys. But this is a ship sheet for when you guys start to level it up.
All right.
Let me zoom in, and I will put some text labels on everyone's rooms so we don't forget.
All right.
All right.
So I think as we get aboard, I think Shaw kind of collapses into the pilot seat and starts bringing the ship so we can try and get out before they seal the hangar on us.
All right. Roland, I'm going to say since you called that out, you're worried about the ship itself, give me another perception check as you sweep the ship really quick. Shaw, I imagine, like you said, you're going up front, starting to power up the engines to get the fuck out of here. Alright. As he is doing a quick once-over, you are able to go around the ship, and in the cargo hold over here, Roland, you see that behind some boxes planted on walls that are adjacent to some of your sublight engines, there's a pair of explosive devices. One on each side. You think you would need probably an engineering check to disable these.
All right. Actually, wait, I'd be up front.
Who is anyone good at engineering for this?
I am. So if Roland calls that out, I would probably head back real quick while the ship's warming up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I was looking to see if I had anything that would help first, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll take your place. Keep an eye on the bridge then.
All right.
All right.
All right, engineering, don't fail me now.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna.
There we go.
Nice.
He doesn't need it. Never mind.
The first explosive you take apart. As you're taking it apart, you do kind of realize its function. It wasn't necessarily on a timer. It would have gone off shortly after you entered drift travel.
Gotcha.
Which would not have been ideal. All right, one more on the other side. And Roland, do you want to buff him with something you were going to say?
Oh, no, I was just gonna aid him.
Oh, yeah, you can aid him. Go for it.
Cool. Thank you. Whoa.
Damn, consistency. Yeah, aided up to a 24. Shaw, you quickly dismantle these explosive devices.
All right. I'll put this. I'll using them for my future.
Yeah, I would say just put
Whatever.
like 2
I'll,
drift charges. It doesn't really have a specific name.
yeah. I'm just gonna put them in like in our supply boxes or something for right now.
Gotcha.
All right. I will head back up to the bridge.
All right. As you head back up to the bridge, I'm gonna bring us back over to the other map now. Where's our starship map or space map? All right. Here, the red arrows are a little bit of our journey from last session, where you guys spoke with your handler at Absalom Station, went to Abalon. Also, you spoke with St. John at Absalom Station, or at least in the fleet of ships around it. Currently, you're out in the diaspora at the moment. This large ring of asteroids. As you all lift off, definitely starts to sink in that not only have you left EdgeCore, and who knows if they're actually gonna, now that you've stolen stuff from them, they're probably not just gonna leave you as ex-employees. They're gonna have a problem with that. Not to mention now, the Golden League, that's another organization on your guys' back. But if they're both gonna be after you, you might as well keep the ship. What's your play as we begin to fly away from the diaspora?
So, Shaw kind of winces and looks over at Scorpio and Roland. I think we need to make a quick stop by Absalom. We need to pick up our gear that we left there and Miss Tarika. Then we need to figure out where we're gonna lay low for a while. We also need to change the registry on this ship. We don't want to be flying around and something stolen.
Yes, those all sound like good ideas. I'd say as soon as we're able to, we ought to try to get in contact with Tarika and warn her in case someone might be coming after her.
Is there a comms buoy or something like that nearby? As we lift away from the station?
Yes, there are drift beacons. So part of the reason the Pact Worlds are a bit easier to travel is Triune priests will place drift beacons, which increase the ability to travel through the drift, as well as increase the ability to communicate from beacon to beacon.
Gotcha.
So you would definitely be close enough to try to contact Tarika, if that's what you guys would like to do.
I think what I would probably do, although I guess if we're going to Absalom, we'll be there by the time the message gets there, wouldn't it?
Yes. I'm gonna refresh my Roll20 really quick, actually, because I can see my handouts, but I can't see the images in them, which is not ideal. Okay. So did you want to contact her before or after you go to the drift?
I think probably so we can still contact her while we're in the drift?
Not nearly as easily, no.
All right. I look to my colleagues real quick and then just say, we need to. I think we send a message ahead of us to Tarika, and we also may want to pass warnings to Saxon and Vogue. If Saxon's staying with Miss Ainsley, she could easily sell him out, and Vogue was the last place we were.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's at least worth sending them some quick warnings.
Yeah, so you send them some warnings, and then after you send it away to the Resistance, against the Hobgoblins, and to your former crewmate, you can contact Tarika. The line basically is the equivalent of ringing for a little bit before her hologram pops up once more.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt.
Go for it.
But
lay it on me.
So the signal jammer just says it interrupts broadcast signals. In this case, can we finagle it to be it's harder for them to track us, but we can still communicate?
I'd say on an engineering check or a computer's check, sure.
Oh, I'm gonna ask one of them to do it, and then I'll help.
Okay. I would say, yeah, Shaw, if you want to try one more time.
Yeah.
Basically, you're working in the cockpit anyway for this to work.
Yeah, I can work that. Okay,
Right.
so 14.
Yeah, I would say you don't think it's a perfect system. Like, there's probably still some risk of discovery every time you're trying to contact people if they know where to look. But it's certainly a much lower risk than if you were just broadcasting in the open. All right. As Tarika answers, she's just like, "What's going on? Haven't heard from you since you set off to Avalon. Look, we got your gear squared away, but
So,
what happened
ma'am,
with the job?"
it all went very badly wrong. We'll meet you at Absalom, but we gotta find a place to lay low for a while.
Okay.
It was a double cross.
Oh,
Oh.
wait,
What's up?
Tarika, are you by yourself?
She nods. She says, "Yeah, I'm by myself."
Okay, just. And then he like looks at the other two and just like the one with her is probably part of that. So,
Yeah.
Tarika, how stealthy can you be on an exit?
I'm pretty small and hard to find. I'd say pretty stealthy.
Okay, because your hot exit might need to be a chili pepper, super super hot, and by yourself.
Look, this ain't exactly what I had in mind when I said I was fixing to go independent, but I'm glad y'all made it off the rock without too many bullets in your brisket. Sinjin, he shirked the deal, all right? So as far as I'm concerned, you're the proud new owners of a cargo hold big enough for a stuffed dragon. You guys make it over here. Before I knew for sure that he'd broken the deal, I did find another job that'll light your Doshko. Meet me in Docking Bay 87 and we can get things going, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Understood.
All right. Safe travels. She exits.
With that, unless nobody has any objection, I'll go ahead and send us to the drift, to Absalom.
Hell yeah. Give me a D6 roll. It's always a D6 to return to Absalom. Oof. I've been killing the rolls for reducing time. And that means it's been 36 days since you took that first job for EdgeCore. All right. You guys are going to head to Dock 87. All right. Give me 1 second.
While we're on route,
Yes.
is changing the ship's ID something we can do underway, or are we gonna need specialized tools for that?
Try a computer's check to mask your ID, basically. The physical parts, you're going to like strip some stuff out once you get there.
Unfortunately, computers are not my strong suit. Is anybody else good with them?
I don't know if you guys are great. Go ahead.
Nope.
Because of Roland's theme, I can attempt a lot of stuff untrained, but oh, never mind. Ignore that. I don't have that yet.
Okay.
So yeah, no. I have a +2, but that's it.
Better than me. All right, we can try to make it work. We just have to. Hopefully, we don't get queried. But also, because the signal jammer broadcast, like they'll notice if we're just blasting a signal jammer when we get around the Armada and stuff, right?
It would be hard to mask. Like, let me see. So let's see. You would think once you get to the Armada, it might be more dangerous to leave it running, as you say, just because like that's a huge gap in the Armada. People are gonna start noticing that.
Yeah, I think we just have to hope we can blend in with the crowd.
All right. You guys get
Hopefully.
to peel towards Dock 87 upon entry. At least when you exit the drift and return to normal space. At the very least, it doesn't seem like anyone's flying at you. There's no fancy Golden League ships, no Edge Core cruisers. As you guys pull towards Dock 87. And I'll bring us over just to better visualize a little bit. As you guys touch down the Oliphant, you are greeted outside by Tarika, and looks to be a couple of corpse folk. Undead, basically. It's kind of like zombie levels of stuff, but they retain their intelligence. If you want, yeah, feel free to drop yourselves there. And with this, we have finished the final part of We Are No Heroes, and we are now in Book 2, Merchants of the Void. Part 1, Pounds of Flesh.
I have one quick question.
Yes, sir.
So I'll recover my stamina. How many hit points do you recover over that day?
Oh yeah, you went there real fast. Let me double check the number.
Did we get our resolve points back?
Resolve points you'll get back. Why can I not find this hit points? Alright, let's see. Okay, there we go. Recovering hit points naturally. So presumably you guys got your full sleep. You recover 1 HP per level. If you spent the whole trip or 24 hours on basically bed rest, just chilling, you recover 2 hit points per character level. Which I would say, presumably you guys would have spent the full 24 hours resting. So that'd be 6 health back for everybody.
Okay. I didn't know if I'd have to like fly the ship or whatnot, but
I think that's honestly still like restful in this case. You weren't interrupted in the drift.
okay.
All right. The entrance to Docking Bay 87 was a wide airlock set into a wall of reinforced glass, which has reinforced bunkers attended by a few undead corpse folk that you see here. Beyond the glass walls, the line of docking segments connect to a single walkway exposed to the vacuum of space, where undead dock workers needing no spacesuits can come and go freely. Most of the docked vessels have ashen hulls resembling monstrous rib cages. A destroyed luxury liner that you see bears signs of recent battle damage. Everyone go ahead and give me a culture check. All right. On an 18, Roland, you would know this is an Opulus drift cruiser. This is like a luxury starliner, but clearly has been ravaged by battle. As you eye up all these different ships walking across the metal deck, you spy Tarika, extremely small, about maybe halfway up the height of the corpse folk. She sees you all and squeals, runs over to you. Oh, it's nice to see y'all living and breathing.
Good to
It's,
see you too.
Yeah, she's good to see you too, Miss Tarika, but, and she just sort of looks between the other two, who are your friends?
They're just dock workers for now. Don't worry about them. They're not gonna say nothing. They're used to exceptionalities down here. She points toward the luxury liner that you were just looking at, Roland. Believe it or not, that unfortunate wreck, I think, is our next meal ticket. That ship there is called the Harlequin's Prayer. It's a Versite starliner. got popped by pirates, hull burst, killed almost everyone on board. Sad, I know, but how does that keep us in the credits? Well, I found a buyer on Vesk 2 looking for 50 tons of Blackhearts. Those are necrographs, strips of dead flesh you can get attached to your insides to, ignore stuff that kills us living people, like vacuum and radiation and the like. And where do we get enough corpuscles for those necrographs? You guessed it. She gestures at the broken liner. There's a broker named Rashay who handles stuff like this. She's at the Revenant Urge, a club here on the station. What do you say? Should I tell her you're coming?
Well, I think it sounds like a good plan. What do you think?
I mean, he keeps us flying. I mean,
All
I
right.
don't have much in the way of leads or other connections at the moment.
I would say, before we go, we're going to need to set up a couple things with our new ride here.
You're thinking of stripping out the tags and stuff. I was thinking about that. She raises a beckoning figure over to one of the corpse folk who starts shambling over, and she unslings her massive wrench off her back. She's like, look, you can get this job done. I'll work on making this ship disappear from the record books, all right?
Much obliged.
Yeah. Well, my head's on the line now, too.
We kept ours attached. We not something we're going to forget anytime soon.
I appreciate the warnings you all gave me and including me on all this craziness. Alright. Look, this woman, Rashay, they ain't willing to interested in telling us who they are, really, and... Rashay is our contact, but the person who wants to buy all of this necrograph stuff, they ain't really interested in advertising who they are. And they advertise this job across the Pact Worlds. Whichever crew can track down this cargo and deliver it fast is going to get the money and the prize. And let me tell you, they're offering up to... basically, it, like, sends you guys a figure. It's effectively 20 BP for the delivery. So, if you're willing to take the job, I'll send you on up to the Revenant Urge. It's located in Absalom Station's download district. You guys know that's where some of the sketchier shit is.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say, give me another culture check. See if anyone's heard of the Revenant Urge. Oof, Roland, nice. Roland, the Revenant Urge is a nightclub. That is perhaps its least interesting feature. More importantly, it is a nightclub that has been dedicated to Urgathoa, the Pallid Princess, goddess of undeath. Not a great place. Alright. With that in mind, you have more questions for her before you go to meet this contact. This tells you it's Rashay Tulvaran. And I'll put her name in the chat. Alright. Yeah, I hear you, Paladin. Jeez, it scared me. I don't know if you guys heard that, but he's meowed and
Oh, yeah.
just staring at me. Alright. With that in mind, she kind of sends you guys basically Google Map directions on the station's infosphere, so you guys can make your way to the club.
I do have a question for her.
Yep.
Where, speaking of all this super fun times, where's, in air quotes, your bodyguard?
My bot. Ben's having trouble remembering. My bodyguard? She asks.
Whatever drow St. John sent last time to, he says, pick up Tarika, but
Oh, she's like, yeah. The one that sent it, some lady named Deminda. She left me hanging though.
oh, okay, that's useful.
So Shaw just chuckles a bit at that.
Yeah, that works. That's fine.
She kind of
Okay.
rubs her paws a little nervously, and she's like, "Look, I want to be clear about some information about this ship. I know we aren't the first people to try to make some creds out of a tragedy. A bunch of goblins already came by and made off with the drift engine out of the Harlequin's Prayer. I don't know what they think they're going to do with it, but the Harlequin's Prayer had a signal booster. That's a big step up from the basic drift engine in most starships, including your fancy new one."
You see Shaw tilt his head a little bit at that. I'd be interested if there's some possibilities for improvements, I think.
She kind of shrugs, and she's like, I mean, feel free to ask around. That's about all I've heard from it. I don't know where the goblins went. But, look, these corpse folk might be quiet normally, but they hear a hell of a lot. Feel free to ask around.
Shaw nods. Might be worth looking into, if you all are up for it.
So long as you're more friendly than those other goblins we ran into.
She strikes like goblins are a strange lot. Look, they have all manner of tribes, philosophies. I'd say you're better hoping that a god will interfere than hoping you can understand the workings of a goblin straight off. As she walks away, kind of yelling at some of the nearby dock workers as she like hits the wrench into one small hand to start hiding your ship. If you want to ask around the Dock 87, most of them are corpse folk. There's some other people here too. Give me a diplomacy check to gather information. Oh, Roland. 24. Roland, the final tier of the possible tiers from the region here was 23 plus. So you're going to get a lot of information out of these people. Dock workers seem to remember 3 goblins who took the signal booster to the Heap, a junkyard in bot scrap. Put that, so a lot of proper nouns right there. The engine was broken, so the goblins got it for cheap. Tremeshkin, the Razor Carva, who is a notorious Shirin space pirate and free captain, was the one who attacked the ship. There are news bulletins that are starting to display his face on some of the bulletins around here. Other people would tell you that the Harlequin's Prayer had thousands of passengers, including the ship's owner, a Verthani fashion mogul named Otin Sima. Sima was in debt to Black Wind Engineering, who now owns this ship and leads the salvage operation. Oh shit, sorry. That was the same paste. Didn't let me copy the next one for some reason. Let's try that again. There you go. Black Wind, it turns out, has indeed sold all the dead bodies, and the person you're hoping can get you a bunch of black hearts, Risha Tilvarin, that would indeed be the person that Black Wind sold the bodies to. A lot of the stewards, the international or interstellar peacekeeping force, they blame Carva, the pirate, for the tragedy. And the ship did indeed sustain some weapon damage. But some of the older dock workers insist to Roland that only an internal explosion would have caused the kind of damage dealt to the ship's interior.
So probably some sort of a inside job.
Very possible. As you guys gather this
Most
information... go ahead, sorry, Roland.
No, nothing. He was saying most likely.
Um, yeah, fair enough. You guys gather information and kind of as you're talking it over with each other, head down in the down low toward a Revenant Urge. And I'm going to change up some of our aesthetic here. Nightclub.
I would say one thing real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
During our, I guess as we're making our way to the club, at one point, Scorpio he'll have his like communicator out and just sort of like idly thumbing at it, and then all of a sudden you guys just see his eyes go really wide and he gets this really worried look on his face.
I can't say what's
Roland.
going on. My NPC is too far away.
Roland kind of looks like, what's going on?
Trouble?
I just remembered, like, you remember that guy that we met that gave us the job for Sinjin?
Yes.
And you see him hold up his communicator. It's like, he has my number.
It's true. You did give him the number.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's 50 credits I'm never getting back.
yeah, I think you may need a new comm.
What do you think? Do you ditch your comm unit for now?
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right. You throw it down, stomp on it with a huge Vesk boot. Leave it for scrappers to find. You guys head through the down low and find yourself at a glowing nightclub in the design of, it seems to be a mix of stone metal warehouse with necromantic cathedral as you reach the Revenant Urge. Just honestly some of my favorite art they've put out in this book yet. The Revenant Urge's aesthetic combines the haunting and traditional with the ultra-modern and chic. The building resembles a macabre cathedral decorated with a towering spire at each corner and flying buttresses, pointed arches, and ornate columns of onyx and black marble. The entrance is an oversized door of coppery metal framed by pillars of bone and adamantine. The rib bones of a giant undead beast floating above. Above the door, a circular rose window made of holographic crystal projects the silhouette of the goddess Urgathoa, depicted as a woman with a skeletal lower half dancing with a scythe. The acrid odors of burning plastic and chemical solvents linger in the air, and the pulse of muffled bass throbs through the door. What do you guys do?
Charming.
Do you head on in?
I suppose so. You guys are good.
It's all we can do, really.
The double doors open to a vaulted hall. 7 floors with open balconies overlook a crowded dance floor, along with one more floor at the building's summit. Gigantic speakers blare hypersonic sludge house music. Floating above the crowd of dancers, you see other undead performers whirling in hover cages while brandishing exceptionally sharp-looking bladed weapons or otherwise caressing dangerous animals. The patrons themselves, mostly undead, writhe and contort to the music, illuminated by flashing strobes. A few clubbers jump with bungee cords tethered to the upper floors, their silhouettes bouncing in and out of view. Each of the spires that anchor the building contains a lavish elevator, again with walls made of that holographic crystal. As you guys enter, you see a robotic squawks, a giant beast basically, rise up on its hind leg and stare at you. After a moment, it scampers off toward the bar. This is going to be extremely hard. I'm going to say give me a culture check. Not quite enough. Go for it. Alright. So you see this, small technological construct run away toward the bar. strikes an odd chord with you because it's not what you're looking for. Everyone give me a perception check. Alright, so not gonna notice that. As you guys begin to push through the crowd, you see that same construct skitters back up to you, and projects a text message over its head. It says, hey, my name's Dizzy. Come meet me by the bar. Spelled exactly how you think it's spelled.
Yeah, it's Scorpio will lean over. It's like, so is like Dizzy meant to be like a description, or is that their name?
Could be both.
Kind of like makes a trilling sound in just machine language. See, it like jumps back on 4 legs and turns to walk to the bar, kind of looking back at you to see if you follow.
He does, and Scorpio does like the thing that an ignorant person does when they don't understand someone's foreign language. He just speaks really loudly and slowly. He says, "Thank you for your help."
It like runs away through the crowd. As you guys fall through the crowd of undead revelers, you see a figure at the bar. The robot jumps into his lap almost like a contented kitten as he takes out a small laser wrench to adjust some of its workings. You guys see this fine fellow sitting at the bar. A man by the name of Dizzy. Is a purple dragonkin. Hey, call me Dizzy. This is Digit. Looks around the bar and the gothic ambiance and raises a drink to their muzzle. First time in this place. Do you all think this is a little bit much, Kind of like they're trying too hard. I hear on the weekends people bungee from the 7th floor and laser turrets open fire on them. Sounds fun, I guess.
I mean, it's whatever works for you, I guess. I mean, cabaret club I used to go to was, I'd say anything would be low-key compared to this.
Hey, you're a fan of the finer forms of music then. I can get down with that.
A little bit. I am curious, if you're familiar with the club scene. Are you, familiar with a Kasatha host by the name of Sho?
Oh, yeah, I went to that club after a job a couple cycles back. Yeah, she was a fine singer.
And at the mention of that, everyone very clearly sees Scorpio just sort of like zoning out. Like in his mind, it's like that anime soft focus where it's like he's just imagining all of those lovely nights drinking and singing with Sho.
Fair. As he's telling that to you, whoever wants to go ahead and give me a sense motive check on this guy. That's pretty good, Scorpio. Oof, rolling 2. All right, let's go down the pair of you. Shaw, not much to notice on your end, but Scorpio. First thing you notice is like, you don't think he's lying. He's probably met Sho. He's clearly taking advantage of that knowledge to try and distract you. Roland, you get that sense as well, and you can see that every so often his eyes are like flicking up to look at the top floor, where presumably the owners and more important people are staying. What do you guys do?
I would say eventually as Scorpio Sky just snaps out of his reverie, he let's see here. Yeah, he'll just sort of get a bit more of a serious look on his face and say, "I've been looking for her, you see."
Hey, if I hear anything, I could send the data your way.
And he thinks about it for a second. My communicator kind of got into bit of an accident and jumps. You know how it is sometimes. Kind of flies out of your pocket, hits the wall, like ugh, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, flies out of my pocket, under my boot, that kind of thing.
But, yeah, once I get a new one, I'll give him my number.
Hey, sounds good to me. See, he's leaning back on his stool. Roland, are you gonna say anything? All right. He's like, look, I'm liking this chat. We're having a good time. I don't suppose any of you fellas are into Hollow games, or we could play a few on my data pad. Kill some time. You see, like, doo-doo-doo, like powers up a data pad. You see, like, pulls up a racing game.
Ooh, I like this one.
All right. He, kind of like you are able to put your hands on like different parts of the hologram as you guys each control a different hover car. Shaw, what are you doing as you see them start to play video games?
I think I'm probably just gonna keep an eye out. I don't think were we told where exactly to find Riche?
Top floor.
I'm gonna look at this. I'm gonna scan the top floor and see if there's anybody particularly looking for us.
Give me a perception check, Shaw.
Oh boy.
All right. Oh, I don't think if you said something, Roland, I didn't hear it. But Shaw,
Yeah.
you don't see anyone that you're looking for. No one that would match. You know that she, in theory, has like purple hair and purple skin. You don't see anyone like that up there.
Shaw kind of lets out a heavy sigh. He's still pretty badly wounded. And orders a drink.
It takes you a few minutes on the menu to find a drink that'll agree with your actually alive system, not just an undead person. Roland, what were you gonna say?
Well, Shaw kind of just did it. I was initially had said, while Scorpio and Dizzy were talking, Roland was gonna take a step back and try to follow Dizzy's eyes to where he was looking.
Oh, sure, yeah. Give me a perception check. All right. Roland, you look up and you see the person you're looking for. You see Riche Tilvarin. Unfortunately, it looks like she's talking to maybe another starship crew. So first you see her, and then you see there are two people with her. One person who is standing on a nearby table, so that they are at eye level, appears to be in charge. That is this person. And backing up the lovable Ysoki, you see this person with deep crimson skin and glowing red tattoos. What do you do as they are very clearly talking to the contact you guys are here to see? Up to you.
Roland will. He's just gonna. I found our next boss, but looks like she's in. He's whispering this to Shaw because it seems Scorpio might be preoccupied. But he's gonna say, I'm gonna go up. You keep an eye out for me, them, and not disgusted, but kind of sidetracked by Dizzy and them.
All right. So you're
Shaw
heading back up
nods.
to the floor, or to the top floor, I mean.
Yeah, he's gonna start hitting.
All right. As you go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, as you head to the that hollow crystal lift in the corner, Are you trying to, like, just straight up approach this meeting, Roland? Or are you trying to, like, work your way in through the crowd, listen in on what they're talking about, kind of thing?
Yeah, he'll probably start out as like a partier, just fist bumping his way along,
Yeah, I would say,
and then kind of stop here.
give me a stealth check with a +4. 9, nice. You start heading up there. Dizzy looks up and he's like, "Hey, your friend need to head out? Where'd they go?"
Shaw looks over. Yeah, spotted a friend of his. Want to go buy him a drink. Buy him a drink.
Oh, uh-huh. All right.
Yeah. Speaking of drinks, can I get a margarita here?
We can try. There'd probably be some. I know there's some necrotinis. Barkeep. You see, the barkeep floats over. It's literally just like the floating rib cage, arms, and head of a skeleton, no legs. Just like polishing a crystal glass. As its jaw opens and closes, a voice does come out. It's like, "You looking for a margarita?"
Yes. Top shelf, please.
That's fine. That's fine. Top shelf. That'll be we'll call it 10 credits for that margarita.
Oh, sure. And he'll slide the shit over and how about you add on 2 extra for yourself?
Well, I don't drink on account of I don't have a stomach, but I appreciate the gesture.
No, I mean 2 extra credits for you.
Oh, well, that I do take. I could always use some extra money.
All right, I'll go ahead and deduct that.
Yeah. As that's happening, and Dizzy is like inviting you, Shaw, to like join them more for like the video games. We'll cut back to Roland, who's heading around the club floor up there.
I actually have one quick question before we do that.
Yeah. Lay it on me.
Do I see any? I mean, now that Roland has pointed out the crew up there talking to Richey, do I see any commonalities between the crew and Dizzy?
That's a very perceptive question, my friend. I'm like, give me a perception check with a +4.
All right, come on, Dite. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you can see as Dizzy's playing, he's looking directly at them, and you see he keeps checking his like wrist comm link, kind of in time with the people up there progressing their conversation. You're pretty confident he either knows who they are or is like directly listening in via an earpiece.
All right, I'm gonna excuse me, and then I'm not gonna make a call, but I don't know if this is possible with the comm link. Can I send a text message, basically,
yeah.
kind of on the download, to Roland?
It's the future, baby. You can send him a text.
Yeah.
You can send them a
I
text.
basically, yeah, hopefully he notices. I'm just gonna say, I think he's buying them time to fill a job.
Your comm link vibrates, Roland. You get that message, no problem. If anywhere's got a good signal, it's fucking Absalom Station.
It literally is the source of the signal.
That's fair. As Roland, we'll say, you're, as you said, dancing through the crowd. You check your comm device, see that message from your crewmates. Up ahead, in one of the last booths to the right up here, you see that Yosoki, you think she might be human, but obviously something's up for her to have those tattoos and like bright crimson skin, white hair. You see they're sitting at the table across from Richey, your contact. As you pass a few of the booths, it does seem that most of them are HACs, much like your guys' holodeck. These are holographic amusement chambers. Although as you pass by here, it looks like worshippers of Urgathoa are mostly just confessing transgressions to holographic clergies here. And you see that people are simulating just the wildest shit, the wildest fantasies. You're going to get a little bit close before they spot you, but they will spot you with only a 9 stealth. You can hear Richey say, Always a pleasure, you cunning little rat. I'm hurt, Risha. I'm hurt. How could you call me that after all the times we've ripped each other off? As this person's saying that, you see the red woman elbow the Ysoki in the side. Hey, boss. Nods over at you. Oh. You see that Riche beckons you over as Neva looks a bit upset at your presence. Do you head over to them?
Yeah, and as he's heading over, he'll start casting Charm Veneer and just have like the biggest smug smile, like your plan failed.
Yeah, Charming Veneer got this smug fucking attitude on your face. And, you see the red woman steps in front of the Ysoki, almost like security. And she's just like, so, Dizzy couldn't keep you entertained that long, could he?
Just as she stands up defensively, he quickly puts his hands up like, whoa. But no, I'll admit it was a good play, but he has a tick. And when you come from where I come from, you learn to be observant.
Huh. You see Riche lean in, and she's like, and I imagine you're one of the crew of the so-called Oliphant, soon to be a new name. You see the Ysoki's like, what? And the woman says, it's an ancient monstrosity that once ravaged Galarian. Her eyes are just like deadlocked to yours, Roland. And it's very evident to you that she is like casually leaning on one leg while her left hand is just resting on this massive hand cannon she's got holstered.
Whose hand is on the weapon?
The red lady. And she'll introduce herself now as she's eyeing. She's like, name's Nehemelith Zidon. This here's my captain. The Ysoki kind of like very darting mouse-like movements tilts her head. I'm Neva Rovo. The pleasure is all yours, I'm sure.
Sure.
Look, perhaps it wouldn't be best, Neva, if we let another rival crew talk to our benefactor. She kind of shakes her head. She's like, all right, heal. Come on now. She looks over at you. She's like, besides, it's already too late. We've struck the deal we needed to. She turns back. Neva turns back to Nehemelith. Call Jinx. Tell him to pick us up. You see that Neva is like holding up her wrist comm as she says that. You look down at the bar where your friends are. You see Dizzy look up and like gives a nod as well. They begin to walk away if you're not doing anything. And Riche turns to you. Yeah, go ahead.
No, he will.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Just
as they start walking, he's like, rivals, acquaintances, why not even friends, but just watch your step. And then as he says that, he'll cast Hazard, so it's like a puddle of water just at their feet as they're walking away.
Ooh, interesting. Roland, as you do that, Nehemelith Zidon looks down at the puddle as her boot almost slips in it, looks at you, and she's like, that's the thing, we all gotta keep our eyes open, don't we? A pipe above your head drips some acid towards you, as you see she does the exact same thing and casts Hazard.
He'll like sidestep it, and then just like...
Yeah, we'll say no damage or anything.
Yeah. an eye for an eye.
She kind of like gives you like a very obvious like up and
Always gotta
down
keep
once
an eye out.
over. And they peace out. Rochelle will turn to you and she's like, "Why don't you call your friends up here?" I did respond to your handler. I might as well talk to you. She was a bit hostile. And do you guys head on up to talk with her?
Yeah, Shaw was already moving when he saw the guards start moving towards Roland.
Alright, I'm going to close these guys, and we'll look at Riche once more.
Yeah, Scorpio will get up from the game. It's like, man, I don't think I've won that many times in a row ever.
Dizzy down there is like, yeah, man, you really got me. That's why, I kept saying I had to go out on a win, and a win didn't happen, so we had to keep playing. You know how it is.
Yeah, it's like, I tell you this, you're certainly much of a better sport at this than my sister is. She would always get pissed whenever I won.
Sounds like your sister needed to be a better sport. As you're saying that part, that's when you get he gets the call from the other boss, and he's like, "Oh, it's been a pleasure, gentlemen, but I gotta head on out."
Oh, sure. Just remember to keep in touch if you hear anything about show, okay?
Oh, for sure. I must say, as far as distractions go, this is one of the more pleasant ones I've ever done.
Scorpio look a bit confused. It's like, are you flirting with me?
Maybe next time, killer.
And he actually blushes a little bit at that.
You see Dizzy holds up his arm, and the robot scuttles up of it, rests on his shoulders. And still a bit confused, you two look over and see him rejoin, presumably the rest of his crew, as you read Roland's text, and it's party upstairs.
Right,
and
yep,
Shaw,
he sees the
you wanted to
text.
go to the elevator to catch them on the way down?
Well, I would have started moving it just because, especially with when the red lady was starting to make a move towards that. I think if they're not being threatening, he'd probably be a little more chill about it, but he's not gonna really address them or anything on the way by.
Okay. I'd say honestly, give me a perception check on them. See if you notice anything about their whole shtick. You see they try to eye up looks like some rivals.
All right, I clicked it. Oh, there it goes.
I think without a lot of evidence, you'd still be able to see that the red-skinned woman, the Witch Warper, gotta be some kind of caster. You're just not sure exactly what, judging from those tattoos. The Ysoki is honestly brimming with fucking gear. She's got a jetpack on her back. She's got this storm hammer, a giant two-handed gun. Very clearly a soldier. And as for Net and Hemelith, you see that giant hand cannon she was carrying that I was describing. And you see a bit of fire flicker over her arm as she walks by you.
Interesting.
Alright. You guys head to the top to see Riche waiting for you, with Roland at the far booth on the right.
Yeah, Scorpio probably joins up last, and you see he's still blushing a bit. And it's like he gets up to you, Shaw, and he whispers, he's like, "Hey, you know that dragon guy, Dizzy? I don't know. I think he might be interested in me."
Shaw kind of looks over. He was playing you like a $2 banjo. You had he he laughs. They just scored our job.
Oh.
Riche raises an eyebrow. If you guys make a physical sciences check to try to figure out what exactly are we looking at here with Riche. Okay. Roland and Shaw, you would know that she is a Lucandrian. They're a breed of Fae. They're usually pretty fucking tall, usually over 6 feet. A lot of them have very pastel tinted skin, blues, purples mainly, but some of them are more gray or bone white. This is a species of Fae that derives their power typically from the moons and lunar magic. That being said, their eyes are usually very distinctive. They have like this white glow like the moon. Hers are like smoldering red motes, like they're hot iron, basically. I'm not sure I can help you, but do take a seat.
Shaw takes a seat.
I assume
Yes.
you all are here, just like the crew I spoke with a minute ago about the Blackhearts.
Indeed.
Yes. And we know they accepted the job already, but we're the ones who are going to get the job done.
Well, I've already sold the necrographs to Rovo, and I don't have another 50 tons of spare Blackhearts just laying around. Even if I did, you heard her. They're already on the way to this mystery client.
Like
What
I
do you
said,
guys
just
say?
because they accepted doesn't mean they're going to get it done.
Scorpio will decide to take some liquid courage, just chug back the rest of the margarita, set down the glass, and say, like, "Oh, sure, all those black hearts might be worth something, but I'd say the only black heart you need to do any job you got on offer is summon himself, this one right here."
Well, perhaps I could get you some more Blackhearts. If you were willing to pay. Let's call it 10 BP. Pretty expensive price, 10 mil points.
Yeah.
I suppose I could lower the price, as she sees you guys look a little shocked. I'd trade it for some corpse leases. It's just a simple contract where you all sign your corpses over to me to resell after your deaths. Necrocrafters and the like always need raw materials, and zombies and skeletons, great workers. You don't need your body after you're dead. You all won't even miss them.
Yeah, you see about that. When I say, I am a Blackheart, you see, that's my family name, and, Blackheart Security, that whole outfit.
She seems to do a double take, isn't it? The Vesk Security Company.
Yes, that's my family's operation.
Oh, you understand my confusion. Look, I don't want to catch the wrong end of a blaster from the Blackhearts. Maybe we could cut a deal. Knock some off because of your family name?
He doesn't say anything at first, but he looks over at you two for your input.
Shaw kind of looks at Roland, kind of shrugs. I'm okay. Let's hear it.
All right, let's see what you got.
Let's say, bump it down to 7 BP, and I'll knock off an extra 1.5 for each of you that agree to a corpse lease.
So, crap. There's no way to know this. We wouldn't be. Do we know how much we would be getting an equivalent for BP for this? Did Tarika tell us what the job was worth?
Like how much you guys be paid if you delivered the 50 pounds? Or 50
Yeah.
tons?
Yeah.
Yes, it would be 20 BP. So net gain of 13 if you did it for 7. If you paid 7.
I don't know. I'd say, even like in character, I'd say 13 still seems pretty good.
I think Shaw would nod at that, especially if we can follow up on that other lead. That would help us a little bit as well.
He
You good, Roland? Are you good with that?
Yeah, you good with that?
Roland?
Yeah, he was gonna try to talk her down to 5, but yeah, 7 is fine.
All right. Well, if you take it, I would say take your shot.
All right. Yep. Scorpio speak up, say like, all right. None of us are really interested in the corpse contracts, but I do want to say, make sure you keep this out of away from my sister. You know, we have a little bit of a rivalry thing going on, and she gets really upset if she thinks I got one over on her.
Trust me, the last thing I want is to have your sister kicking down my club's door.
And he just sort of like silently nods at that.
So like, then we have a deal.
Very well.
She says, sign here and I'll have the black horse delivered to your ship. As she slides you her data pad, you guys see her eyes begin to burn a deeper red as she checks her comm unit. That two-timing, double-dealing, swindling ice miner. She's ripped me off. The whole time she and her stupid witch warper sidekick had me chatting upstairs. Their pilot was stealing the black hearts from the storage yard. And you! She pokes Shaw in the chest. You all are gonna help me get even. I can get you the necrographs quickly. A lot more quickly than if you just pay and wait. There's this man, Rygan Vool. He runs a necroforge in the Sparks. All the equipment to make what you need. Now, his cult may worship him as a living god or something. I don't deal with him normally. But I can persuade him to cut you a deal.
Shaw looks to Roland to the others. Sounds good to me.
Let's
We
do
can.
it.
She pulls the data pad back from you before you can sign, just deletes the whole file. Refunds the 7 BP, or the 7 BP, and she's like, beat that rat to the punch and we're even. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Shaw nods. Just get
Consider
moving.
it done.
She nods tersely and begins to stand up.
All right, let's get down there.
Alright.
As
Go
we're
ahead.
walking out, Roland say, but first a detour to some goblins.
That's true.
Wait,
I
it's
mean,
on-
you guys have 2 locations. There's the Heap, that scrapyard with that drift engine you were thinking of. And she also, Roche sends you the location where Regan Vole is operating. It's called Singularity House.
Okay. If they're stealing it, I mean, that's the thing is, all right. I'm trying to figure out our timetable here. I guess is the question. So she said they're stealing the stuff right now.
It seems like they've already stole it.
Oh, all right.
Presumably there was a 4th member of the crew, that Jinx person that you guys heard about on the radio. Jinx was just like, Dizzy was distracting you while they cut a deal, but even that was a distraction while Jinx just lifted the cargo. And presumably they're trying to, like, get on their way to Vesk 2 as quickly as possible.
You know, if we get that hyperdrive, or the drift engine, we have
The
a better
what?
chance of beating them. Excuse me, the drift
That's
engine.
okay.
We might have a better chance of beating them out to Vesk 2.
Yeah, it's certainly possible.
Yeah, I like your thinking.
Okay, let's get to it. I think we get the cargo first because we need that either way. But then I think we go for the drift engine. You guys good with that?
Let's do it.
Alright. You guys head to a vacant engineering bay in the Sparks neighborhood of the Spike. Spike's kind of like the big central shaft of Absalom Station, one of the neighborhoods. Or sections, I suppose. I would say on the way over, if anyone wants to give me just like a culture check to gather information on the web on the way, see what you guys can find out about Vool. People think this guy is a bit of a freak. He espouses this philosophy that he calls singularity, by which he means the pursuit of an infinite existence through undeath. You would know that he has a reputation for making extremely good handcrafted augmentations and necrographs, but has a reputation of only selling them to people who he considers to be fellow believers. As a result, many of his clients end up becoming his followers, revering him as a sort of living god. You would know that there is a waiting room. It is a shop that's open to the public. You guys don't have to go inside necessarily right away, or are you trying to like sneak around the sides? What's your play?
I don't think there's any reason to mess around. And obviously case the place, look carefully, make sure there's not, not being, nothing overly suspicious, but I mean, otherwise I don't see a reason to mess around unless you guys have an idea.
I think on a quick case, you wouldn't see anything overly like illegal or crazy on the outside. Swap us over. Give me one moment. Alright, if you guys want to drop yourselves in front of that white rectangle, those are the double doors. Which would lead you into Singularity House. Sorry, that is not the front door, that's the back door. I got my notes mixed up. Like a fool. I'll drag you guys over there in a second.
I guess I would say probably at some point Scorpio would just find a shop to get himself a new communicator.
Yeah, you guys can buy some stuff. You can buy some of that. If you guys want to buy healing serums, perhaps. All options.
Alright, how much do you want me to take off for the new communicator?
I think they're like 5 credits or something normally. Let me see. Let's see. Comm unit. Basic one. A basic one is 7 credits. Roland, are you buying anything? Saw you were typing. Oh, Roland's got some serums.
I would also probably pick up a couple of serums.
Yeah, go for it.
How much are they?
Let's see. I believe the base ones are 50 credits. Let me check. Base ones are 50. Mark II is 425. Mark III is 1950.
Alright, I'll get 2 basic ones.
Okay. Grab a couple of serums. Are you guys downing any of them right now?
No, how much would it cost to, like, is there somebody, like, I don't know if we could get patched up real quick, like a basic job at a medic at a medic station or something?
Yeah, you could also pay at one of the temples to get healed.
How much does that usually cost?
For a simple heal for you guys. It would be like 50 gold, or sorry, for Roland to get that much, be like 50. Shaw for you, probably like 100 to get all the way up.
More reliable than a thing.
But it would be guaranteed. It wouldn't be like a D8.
Yeah, exactly, and that's not going to even get me close. Yeah, I'll pay it.
Okay.
So
Let's say you
full
guys find, let's see, in the Spire, probably be a couple of temples to Desna. One of the priests there, kind of like puts his hands together, makes a butterfly symbol, begins to talk of Desna, the Song of the Spheres, and how she should protect these weary travelers. There's kind of a shimmer of like blue and purple magic that swirls around Shaw and Roland as your wounds seal. Go in peace, friends.
Much obliged. Alright, let me add 2 Mark 1 healing serum.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get 2 Mark 1s for myself as well.
Hell yeah. Alright. You guys head into the waiting room. The double door to the southeast is a couple of small plants with red flowers. As you look closer, the leaves almost resemble finger bones. On the northwest wall, there's a computer with 2 large screens running promotional videos and a interface that looks like it can contact the rest of the facility. Basically, if you touch it, it'll let you make an appointment. Or potentially talk directly to Reigen. There's also another door to the due west, leading farther into the facility.
Alright, let's ring the bell. Oops.
I guess
All
the
right.
Scorpio walk up and he'll just poke at the terminal and say like, "Hello, Candygram."
All right. You indeed poke at it here. And what am I looking at? Come on, load. There we go. It was doing that thing where it wasn't letting me load pictures of the handouts. You guys see this pale, bald figure in a tight flight suit answer the call. Yes, yes. Do you have an appointment?
Scorpio just sort of like looks over his shoulder at you guys. He's like, "How do you want to handle this?"
I'll
no,
just-
but a mutual acquaintance sent us.
We're here on business of Riche Tolvaran.
Very well. Come to the back. Come to the Necroforge, and I will show you what immortality looks like. You hear kind of a thunk sound as the doors electronically unlock. Let me reveal first room. First room seems to just be kind of like a surgery recovery area, a rest spot. And then then he opens the way into the surgery prep room over here. Come on. And as you look through those double doors, they swing open of their own accord. And you guys are going to be able to walk into what he referred to as the Necroforge. This is very much not a square reveal, so gotta make a weird shape. Feel free to step into the forge. As you see Reigen waiting for you. This massive room features a circle of 8 10-foot-long translucent glass capsules. Each appears to contain a corpse. The capsules are infusing the corpses with negative energy, seemingly harnessed from this arcane circle inscribed upon the floor. You see that negatively charged flesh is then placed in a necrofabricator, presumably controlled by a separate computer, which weaves the flesh into new necrograft augmentations. Alright, I'm taking this because she begged me to, frankly. What do the lot of you want in my Necroforge?
We're here to take food. Actually, out of character for a second. Double checking, make sure I get this right, because I'm frankly, I'm tired. I misjudged part of that one.
Oh, you're good.
She said she wants us to go ahead and pick up another 50 tons of the necrographs here, and then beat the other crew to the client, right?
Yeah, basically. 50 tons of Blackhearts, that's not going to come easily, and even at maximum speed, it'll take me about 2 days to craft them all.
I understand.
You know, I wouldn't be opposed to perhaps sweetening the deal if any of you wanted to volunteer for any necrograph surgeries. I'm always in need of volunteers.
Scorpio will just immediately start shaking his head. Oh, no, 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 no. My sister's gone through all that, and I think she's just been all the worse for it. Like, nothing personal against you, sir. Like, I'm sure you're making a very good business here, but it's just not for me.
Are you sure? I have all manner of augmentations. I can increase your adrenal glands' response time, give you resistances to cold and poison and other such things.
Yeah, and on surface level, that all sounds really cool. But, once again, my sister got all that stuff, and, ever since she's had, I think the polite way to put it would be anger management issues.
Well. And he looks at the other two of you hopefully. He's like, and neither of you will sign up? Oh. The drow has a backbone. Very well. You wish me to craft these, black hearts, you'll at least need to pay.
And you a price.
Now that is a good question. I would love to make a good profit out of this. I'd prefer some more time to experiment. Have I talked to you all about the singularity?
No, sir. Respectfully, we'd just be interested in procuring the cargo. We're happy to discuss price.
Disappointing. Fine. Let me do a quick simulation. I'll check the computers and check my fabricator, make sure that I can make this many from the material at hand. Alright, look. I could give you the deal of 10 build points. Although I'd be willing to knock it down for 3 or 4 if any of you wanted augmentations.
The Scorpio looks to you two. He's like, look, I'm not big on it, but you know what? If either of you want to, I will not hold it against you.
So, speaking out of character, I guess, could I make a culture roll to know, like, what are some of the downsides as far as accepting a necrograph? Like,
Give me
or
a
culture or
check.
something like that. I'm not good at that, but I will have to. It's the only thing I could think of. All right. Is there, like, I don't know if there's, like, stigma to that or something like that.
I mean, it's not as well liked as like biotech or cybernetics. However, necrographs, They need to be installed directly in the body's endocrine system, which can lead to sometimes making saving throws. They are a lot of times cheaper but more dangerous alternatives to more like biomechanical devices.
All right.
But they do offer a variety of good functions. Stuff like enhancing brain function, letting you exist without like breathing, shit like that.
Shaw kind of looks over at Roland. What are you thinking?
He kind of gives like a non-verbal response because he did say, "I'll think about it," but he's leaning towards getting it. But out loud, he'll say, to this creepy man over here, "If I get one, will it conveniently help the process go faster or just knock off the price?"
I can only go so fast, it'll just knock off the price. You're good with your words. I could give you a vampire's voice, perhaps, or maybe make a change to your larynx.
And what does the price drop down to?
Let's say, if both of you do it, I'll drop it 6. And if one of you does it, I'll drop it 4.
Make 1 5 and both of us 7, then get a deal.
Wait, so that would be less than the actual price? What do you mean?
I think he was saying that if one of us drop it down to 5 if one of us gets it, or drop the total price to 5 if one of us gets it, and down to a reduction of 7 if 3 of us gets it. Because he was offering us a reduction by 4 and 6, right?
Yeah, you would say deal to that.
Okay, Roland will get one.
What are you hoping to enhance? You could get a black heart, like what you're asking for, a bone blade, or corpse skin, ghoul glands, phantom basal ganglia.
Oh, out of character, I'm gonna look at the list, and
Same.
in character, Roland's gonna take his time to think about it.
Exactly, same here. One moment.
I'll put here's a list of some of the augmentations. The sub pages are on the bottom.
Alright, thank you.
Basically, like when you get these, the effects are the DC of the items. Like, let's say one of them, intimidates people, is 10 plus half necrographed item level plus your key ability score. Let me see what Marquis is willing to do here.
Right.
He's giving you guys Mark 1 necrographs. Personally, I'm a fan of the vampire voice. Lets you bully people. Basically, it attaches it to your vocal cords, granting you, when you decide, a supernaturally threatening tone.
Definitely
Yes.
not getting it. Definitely not getting.
When you mentioned the, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Scorpio, go ahead.
Yeah,
then we'll
when you mentioned the vampire voice, like, Scorpio speak up like, "Oh yeah, that was like the first one that my sister got." She says it helps you boss people around.
Your sister must be a woman of quality, then. The more you get, the closer we are to attaining the singularity of necrotic purpose, wouldn't you agree?
She wasn't really religious. I mean, she's got that. She's got some, like, cybernetic stuff. It's like, basically, I think she really did it just because she hoped that it would get the rest of the family's attention off of me, because apparently she says that I'm just naturally better at everything than she is, and it's like, I always kept telling her, like, it doesn't have to be like that, but she's like, no, everyone wants you to take over everything, and he just starts going on for a while about basically everything he and his sister have been through over the years.
He looks like he is completely tuned out after, like, a couple seconds. as he starts adjusting. He's like, "Oh, these are my surgery assistants." I see he's making adjustments to these 3 fellows that just floated in.
I think looking at these, like I would say
Beautiful,
that.
aren't they?
Sorry, Ben, you completely took me off guard there.
Go ahead.
Some of these are very creative. I'm actually kind of leaning towards the Black Heart now that I look at it.
Blackheart's not bad.
Vampire Voice.
Gives you a, if it's a
Alright.
Mark 1, gives you a solid buff to a lot of things.
The Grave Wind is kind of funny, but that'd be kind of messed up.
Yeah, I mean, they're very dark, a lot of them. Personally, I like the Bone Blade. It's pretty cool. It's basically what these guys have. They're
Interesting.
fine. They're so kind. Look at them. They're just necro harvesters.
Scorpio he's trying to hide his disgust, but failing at it, and just says, well, I have heard the saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
More beholders should agree to the power that necromancy gives us all.
Oh, again, a minor meta comment here. I think I have an idea of what might have been up with her eyes. I was looking at the Wraith mode.
Yeah. No one asked her about it, but yes, they are grafted.
Too bad they're Mark 1s. I would go for them. I would 100% go for the Mark 2s. Are the Wraith modes visible all the time? Is that something I can suppress, or is that just there?
Which one?
The Wraith modes.
Let me double check the description. Yeah, you can deactivate them.
Okay, so basically, because I don't necessarily want to be a Vesk with glowing, smoking eyes all the time.
Yeah.
That's a
You
little
think
disconcerting.
she was doing it all the time as like a power play, but you can deactivate them as a swift action.
All right, let me check one last thing because I want to make sure that I think I may have already. Go ahead, Roland.
Roland's gonna stay on theme. What that theme is, you two don't know, but Ben kind of knows, and he's gonna get the shadow nerves.
Ooh, fancy. We love implanting nerve fibers. Alright. As they begin prepping the 2 candidates for surgery, Scorpio, give me a perception check.
All right.
I think I am going to go with the Black Heart.
12.
You see them disturbingly getting ready for surgery.
Look, he said that he wasn't going to, but he will gladly respect his friend's wishes.
Alright. Let's begin the procedures. You guys are still gonna get a story XP award, even though you didn't actually kill him.
I mean, out of character, were we supposed to?
It's like,
Okay.
I mean, a lot of AP stuff, it's like you kill them for XP or you can do other stuff for XP, is like typically how they write it.
Gotcha.
But let's see. It's him and 3 Necro Harvesters. It's gonna be a 300 XP to everybody.
All right.
And after, I'll roll for each of you.
Actually, wait one moment here. Or go ahead.
Takes an hour for Shaw's surgery. Roland takes you 2 hours.
All right. I guess I was looking through some of them.
Mhm.
Can I actually go with the Moonlight Fibers instead?
Yeah.
Because that one actually, for acting under the influence of haste and re-rolling a failed reflex save, could be big money.
Yeah, he is not picky about what he's going to implant, basically.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one because I think that would help me a bit. The Blackheart is interesting, but I will go with Moonlight Fiber.
You see the whole like circle starts to glow and like harvest this necrotic flesh into the foundry in the center of the room, as this surely entirely sane man, Raigan Vul, operates on you all.
I would say while that's going on, Scorpio, to sort of distract himself, he takes out the music player, puts the earphones on, and they're, being invested, since he doesn't have like the human ears, they're like the, like studio cans he's got on his head, and he's just
Sure.
he just has like music on, just, once again flashing back to happier times with show on karaoke night.
Hell yeah. You guys have a few hours pass. He informs, he's like, come back in 2 days, and the Black Hearts will be finished.
Kind of rubs the where it is surgery point. Much obliged, I think. Speak out of character. I wouldn't be asking this, but like,
Yeah.
I guess I wouldn't necessarily know if necrographs could be removable if something goes wrong.
You can remove them.
Okay.
It does require someone who's trained in medicine, and you would need to be like using like a medical lab or like a medical bay on a starship, not just like whatever you have on
yeah.
you.
No, I wasn't thinking like field surgery or something, but no, I was just idly curious in case it ever becomes a liability.
Yeah, totally fair. All right. After a couple hours, are you guys heading to the heap?
I think so. Can we take a short bathroom break?
Yes, I was planning on that in a second here. All right, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll check out the heap and see if we can get this strange new drift engine.
All right, sounds good.
Unmute everything. Alrighty. I'm gonna change our music a little bit, and then let's get into it.
The question of the night: will I get to assault hammer yet another goblin?
Could be. Alright. Guys, awakening from your surgery, a little dazed perhaps, but ready to head for the heap. And I'm going to copy us over to a new map. There's the heap. Oh my god, I thought I, didn't have it for a second.
I guess if you don't mind, I'll just say
Yeah.
during the trip over, I guess since he brought up, it's like, all right, I guess so you all know who I'm talking about, and he'll sort of scroll through his backed up pictures on his communicator, say this is what my sister looks like, and I'll go ahead and just pop it up on the Discord here.
I actually made a handout for this exact situation.
Oh, cool.
There you go. Unless you've changed the handout since then. That's the one you sent me a while ago.
Oh no, that's here. So this is my sister, Shotzi Blackheart.
You guys would know enough by now. The Blackhearts are a pretty powerful security company, essentially. Shaw, you would definitely know them, being from Mascarian. 100% you would.
Yeah, she certainly means business.
Yeah, and like I said, she's my younger sister by 3 years. But, being that I'm the older one, I'm supposed to be the one to inherit the family business, but it's like, as much as I keep saying I don't want to, and I'm not interested, and I want to pursue my own interests, everyone else in the family's like, oh, you just grow out of that. You don't know what you're talking about. This business is all yours. Don't you want to have them? Like, look, she clearly wants it. She's clearly better at it. I say just let her have the fucking thing.
Don't sell yourself short. Don't. Family obligations are always interesting. Can't say mine are at the same level, but I think you'll get there. And besides, you saved my neck in a fight more than once already. Don't. Just because she wants it real bad doesn't necessarily mean she's better at it.
Yeah, well, the thing is because of that, she's always felt that, she's the one that should inherit everything. Like, that, that's why she was always getting, the augmentations and everything, because she felt it would give her an edge, and that, everyone would turn to her and say, oh, look at how cool she is. Like, she clearly deserves it more, and honestly, if they would have, I would have let her have it, but,
Hell yeah. I do love her massive hand cannon, I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm. Shaw looks over. She's not gonna try and off you at some point, is she?
I don't know if she hates me that much, but, I remember our buddy, our buddy seemed to be, our buddy Saxon seemed to be, interested in him.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. Might be something there.
It's fair. The,
Well, long as we don't. We have enough enemies already. I just want to make sure your family doesn't end up trying to kill us too. Shaw says with kind of a half a laugh.
Yeah.
Nah, this is an AP full of allies. What do you mean? Everyone loves you guys.
By the end of it, it's just like a thing of the planets of the pack roll themselves just chasing our ship on the way out.
The fucking stewards after you guys too. Hell yeah.
Everything goes badly wrong.
Oh my god. All right. Yeah, absolutely. You have time to do all that, Scorpio, as you guys are headed over. From what you guys heard from those dock workers, if you want a faster drift engine, it sounds like those goblins dumped it off after they ripped it out of Harlequin's Prayer into this big old junkyard called Bot Scrap. As you approach, it's on one of the sub-levels where there's like a lot of these junkyards. There's like piles of derelict starships, bits of power armor, vehicles, other garbage. Using the infosphere to be able to track down this specific area, the heap. As you have to kind of ascend some garbage to get to this location where the engine is presumably dropped, everyone give me an athletics check.
Oh, that escalated quickly.
Well, you're slogging through a junkyard. It's not great.
Oh, good lord.
All right. Scorpio, you are fine. Everyone else is fatigued.
Ooh.
As you guys have to stop and catch your breath.
Hey, come on, Shaw. Don't tell me you skipped aerobics.
It's not been doing nearly enough cardio.
So Shaw just chuckles a bit. Clearly, I need to be using our new holographic suite a bit more. Good grief. He kind of chuckles a bit and then just keeps on slogging. Natural 1. Skill I'm best at.
And if you guys want to put on the dot, all of the dots now I added in a Starfinder pack. If you hover over them, they all represent the various conditions you can have in Starfinder, like dazzled, asleep, bleeding. That's the fatigue one.
Yeah, I was just able to find it under conditions on my character sheet.
Yeah. Does it add the dot when you click it on the sheet? That'd be crazy.
Yeah,
I don't think
it does. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, it didn't do it for me.
Now it does. I see it here.
Did you put it on by yourself, Roland? I also was messing around with it, so I might have turned it on by accident. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I did it myself.
Okay. Well, we can investigate later. Point is, it exists, and I like it better than the default ones.
And R20 is a fickle mistress.
It surely is. All right. As you guys clamber down, kind of like from the top of this mound down to this little path, whispers resonate from within a rusty gun safe, half buried under a heap of trash. You hear a squeaky, unsure voice speak softly. But shouldn't we go back and have a look? What if that thing sapped Goog? Someone with a raspier, gruff tone replies, If you're so worried, you go out there. You're the reason we're in this mess. I says, let's replace the containment unit. But no, I can just repair the drift leak, you says. Let me laser weld the manifold, you says. Now look where we are. Hiding in a metal box playing we don't get electrocuted. The whispers stop as you hear what sounds like the muffled sounds like just a petty scuffle of two dudes hitting each other. It's coming from a gun safe over here. Do you guys open it or just leave it be?
I think Shaw's gonna grab his hammer and then look over. Shall we say hello?
Yeah. Scorpio will draw his tactical pistol with his right hand and just give you a silent nod.
Alright, Shaw flips open the lid.
You see two goblins inside. Classic goblin armor, cobbled together, barely held together helmets. Tape over one of the holes in the glass. Everyone's like, wait, don't shoot us, don't shoot us. Stay quiet.
Morning, Runts.
One of them's like loudly swallows. Don't shoot. We's people just like you. I'm Rattlesnarp. This is Fleagrebe.
Pleasure.
Look, I know you maybe want to talk to us, but I think maybe we need to get out of here. The Rattlesnarp is the one who said that. Fleagrebe, the gruff one, is like, we have to. If we're already out, we should check on Goog. Give me a perception check out here. All right.
I guess I would have moved over here to open the thing.
Yeah. Shaw and Scorpio, you can see near what presumably is the drift engine down the lower right of the map. You see that there is a third goblin just cowering underneath like one of the manifolds over here. Just in the junk. Come on. There you go. Also on a 14, you guys smell it almost smells like a coming thunderstorm. It smells like of ozone in the air.
Oh boy. Can I do an engineering check? Do I recognize offhand if we're in like a serious imminent danger from catastrophic fuel leak?
Yeah. Give me an engineering check. I mean, you heard one of them mumbling about like how the other one said he could replace the containment unit or repair the drift leak. That all sounds pretty bad. You're not sure exactly how that works, but it's not great.
Having problems with your little bit of salvage there?
Look, we can discuss salvage rights later. We have to get out of here before... Oh, it might be too late. You see it points over across the trash in this direction. And you guys see little bits of almost static electricity sparking between metal buried in the trash heap. And then the static begins to collect into a roiling storm with a torso and a blank face surrounded by clouds.
That's no good.
You guys see an elemental drifts towards you. And once I clear the order, we are going to roll for initiative. Alright, go for it.
Bam.
Let it be known that I have like 8 lightning elemental pictures saved on Roll20. But that is specifically the one that is in this mission.
Oh, I forgot to click my token when I did that.
Ugh, the audacity. Hold on, I can add you in.
Keep forgetting that.
What'd you get? 22. God damn. Alright, that's lightning elemental. It's got plus. Where am I? There it is. Alright, he's gonna be coming in at a 12.06 as the goblins cower. Shaw, that is you. As you see the lightning elemental begin to float over the ground towards you guys.
Oh, that's no good. Safe to assume hostile intent at this point.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. Drop the hammer, since I don't think that's gonna. I don't necessarily want to go to Fist City with a lightning elemental.
Makes sense.
And which of my weapons am I going to use? He's not wrong.
I mean, I'm gonna pop it back up for the stream. They didn't need to give the lightning elemental abs like that. Like, hold on, hold on. I don't have a handout ready for this, but I do have the 1E Pathfinder lightning elemental art. Let me put this down.
I think the saying goes like, they didn't have to go this hard.
But they did.
This is the old lightning elemental. So whoever was on Starfinder detail was like, nah, make it hot. Give him abs and the V line.
It's like all the Catan.
Look, the Catan, they like manifest themselves mostly, right? Like there's some tech guiding them. They don't have to look like the way they do.
Exactly. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and use my artillery laser since I'm assuming I picked up my stuff, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I don't think I said that when you met up with her, but she did give you guys back your stuff.
Okay. I could use the rifle, but I think I'm going to use the artillery laser for this round.
I would say if you want to make a like an Arcana check, see if you can figure out like what you might have heard. Sorry, mysticism. In this case, like what you might know about elementals. It's not terrible. I think you would know that despite being immune to probably electricity, EAC is the thing to target. They don't really have a physical body for KAC to matter as much, so that's going to be way harder to deal with.
Okay. Is the trash heap in front of me between me is it an obstacle or anything?
If you went like right up behind it and crouched, it'd be giving you cover. You can stand over it and shoot though.
Okay. I tell you what then. I'm just gonna use my move action to put the hammer back. Although no, I have to use present. Yeah, drop it. I don't want to be going to Fist City with this guy.
Fists.
No, miss you, Slurp. Long story there. All right. Artillery laser straight at this guy.
Hell yeah, go for it. You guys can do good in okay, well, that was a bad start. You guys got this. Combat's not super hard.
Alright, I'll take a 5-foot move. Actually, no, I'll stay here so I can pick up my hammer on the uptake.
Yeah, fair enough. You level, like, the big two-handed artillery laser, like, gripping the top handle. Boom! Bolt of red energy slams into the elemental, but seems to just kind of dissipate into its component energy within its chest. A bit of the lightning turns red for a second as it starts to float forward. So he has 10 feet. What's my moving here? Yep. It is going to move over to Roland. And let's see. Ooh, actually, it does not need to do that yet. It is going to back up a little bit. You see it holds one hand out, and a lot of the lightning seems to gather in one place, and then launch itself towards Shaw. Alright. So, it's gonna have to roll to hit. Shaw does a 18 hit your EAC.
It does.
Alright. Gather up the requisite dice. Alright. That is going to be 9 electricity damage as the bolt crackles through you.
Not terrible. Okay.
And it will just finish drifting closer to Roland. Scorpio.
Alright. Seeing the lightning elemental is what we're up against. Scorpio will holster the tactical pistol, and I think this time he'll pull out the his infinity rifle this time.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Yep. And go ahead and take a shot at the elemental with it.
Alright, go for it.
Right, 15
that is
for
a hit.
6.
Seems to do the full 6 damage. The energy boom, seems to rip away part of the lightning material holding this thing together. Any 5-foot steps or anything?
Alright, yep. See, everybody here is like, I'll just sort of go ahead and step over here. Here, and then that will be all for me.
Alright. Whoops, zoomed in too much there. Roland, it'll be over to you then.
Roland will already put his new Shadow Nerves to work.
Oh,
and
hell
he's
yeah.
gonna guarded step away over here.
You guys see almost like black lines seem to stand out under Roland's skin. And as he 5-foot steps, the shadows of this gross junkyard seem to bend, and Roland moves 10 feet instead of 5. Beautifully done.
And so I picked up Spell Focus, but I don't know if it necessarily applied onto the sheet. So I'll let you know if the DC is actually higher.
Okay. If not, we can write a custom buff in a minute to make it higher. Should it be 14 or should it be higher?
It should be 15.
Okay. Remind me when the fight's over, and I'll do that. That is against its will save, right? Ooh, its
Yeah,
will
well.
is not great, actually. 13. It is a fail.
So it is confused for 1 round.
You see its like weird, like expressionless face, like jerk around at random angles as it's trying to reassert itself. At the top of the round, our two lovely friends Rattlesnarp and Fleagreave are gonna be like, "Get Goog! Get Goog!" They're gonna just double move over to their friend, fully abandoning you guys to the elemental. Shaw, it is you.
Okay. Can I use my move action to pick up my hammer, just put it back on my belt?
Ow! Sorry, my cat was clawing me. Yes, you can.
All right, I'll do that. 5-foot step, firing line with Scorpio.
Hell yeah.
Same thing. Shot right at this guy.
Clip the hammer back to your belt. Line up shoulder to shoulder with your fellow Vesk. And let's see if we can make this hit.
That hits.
That'll fucking do it. Alright, after another 6, the elemental is not looking bloodied yet, but he's getting real damn close. That is going to be his turn. It's a D100, right? So let's see. Let's see what we're dealing with here.
Yes. Anything below a 76.
56.
It deals 1d8 plus strength modifier damage to self with item.
Oh, you see it reach out, trying to like crackle more of that those lightning bolts towards Scorpio, and then just like the lightning seems to leap from its fingertips back towards its own chest. What the hell is my elemental strength modifier here? Wow, surprisingly high. Okay. With that, he is now bloodied.
Aha.
You think it does slightly less because some of his melee damage is lightning, so like, but he is certainly bloody now.
But it damaged itself and not my allies, which is what matters.
No, that was very clutch spell. That's his whole turn, Scorpio.
All right. I'll go ahead and move down a little bit.
Yep.
Oops. Still within range. So you still see him. And then I'll go ahead and take another shot with the Infinity Rifle.
Bring the butt to your shoulder. The energy begins to cycle through the repeating chamber. Oh, baby! You sight down the rifle and pull the trigger and just boom! The top of that expressionless head is like blown backwards. You see like a circular gap in its skull. It looks like it is barely holding itself together with this arcane energy at this point.
I just imagine it's like the scene from like the finale of Jaws where you just line up the crosshairs and just says, "Smile, you son of a bitch."
Absolutely. If this thing had a face, maybe it could. You sense a frown probably emanate from it, though. Roland, it's over to you, and this thing's barely alive. You guys are wrecking this beast.
Roland's gonna try to make this happen. He will
Oh, yeah?
pull out a frag grenade, Mark 1. And he's gonna try to aim it behind so it doesn't hit
God.
Shaw.
Just yeet it into the trash. Yeah, there's space. I think if you aimed it, like, right there or something, like in that corner.
So Shaw sees that and covers his eyes.
Yeah, you see the frag out! Let's see. God, what does this guy's reflex say? Okay, better than the will, at least. Oh my god, he fails. The explosion, you think less the shrapnel and more just like the whoomph, shockwave. The elemental is blown into its component parts of static. It is done. Well, my goodness, that was very impressive.
Certainly a better accounting than our last fight.
Yeah. Well, we lost 1 actual health this time instead of being at 1 for everybody.
I didn't even lose that. I just saw my stamina.
I mean, he was a pretty tough opponent. I mean, another 300 for everybody, same as that last roleplay encounter with the surgeon.
Nice. Oh, I forgot to add that.
I thought he was going to do a little bit more, to be honest.
So we're up to 4725, right?
That sounds right.
Yeah, that's what I have.
I think your next one is 6,000, right? Yeah, 6,000. Which means you're almost at 5 with your ability score increase.
Oh, we still have to hit level 4.
Yeah, but you know, we're getting there.
Yeah. I am very excited for the sheer amount of ability scores I get or that we all get when we hit level 5.
You see the goblins kind of carrying, presumably Goog, the injured one, between them. And they're just like, "You killed the Shocker? Oh, we didn't think we'd make it out alive. Well done, lizards. Elf person."
Yeah, Scorpio will lower his rifle, but he'll still keep it at his side. He says, "Yes, but while we appreciate your gratitude, we don't work for free."
Well, we were here just trying to salvage scrap. I don't know what we'd pay you.
Shaw kind of motions with his chin towards the drift engine. We might have some use for that.
Yes, we've been in the market for a new drift engine. Well, new being a relative term.
Alright, you see Goog look back at the engine kind of shocked, and he's just like, we all have to stop it. Every waking minute, we all nitpick. It doesn't get us anything. Soon we'll all be extra crispy and half dead. Well, it's time for the head of the family to take charge. And I say there's no point in selling the engine. Mom wouldn't want us all dead. Besides, you two will just waste the credits on terrible inventions and have no chance of ever getting us off this crummy damn station. Groog turns away from his brother and sister. There's nothing here for us anymore. Look, I'll help you fix the engine. Just take us away from Absalom with you. I don't care where. Drop us off, hop a planet or two. We'll get a fresh start. Do that for us. The engine's all yours, and I'll help you fix it.
Shaw kind of looks over. Unusually reasonable for a goblin.
I'm fine with it.
It seems reasonable to me.
Deal. I'm not gonna get a better deal on a new drift drive. Besides, Tarika can probably help us as well. Let's get this thing over to the ship. We gotta get installed in 2 days.
First we have to fix it. Which one of you is good with their hands in engineering?
So Shaw steps up for that one.
Goog is gonna leave you over, as Flea Grebe and Rattle Snarp stay behind.
Okay.
We must be careful. Lizard, Longshanks. The engine, it has developed an extraplanar leak. That's how the elemental got in.
Shaw looks at it. Interesting. Is this a thing I could take 10 on an engineering check for?
No, because if you disable it wrong, it could hurt you.
Okay. Alright, then I will...
Go ahead.
Since it's extra planarly, can I use like mysticism or something to like assist them?
Sure. Give me a mysticism check. I would say if you use mysticism effectively, you're using your arcane abilities to sever the connection to the elemental plane of air, whereas Shaw and Goog are trying to realign the containment chamber. Both effectively accomplishing the same goal. So I would say, you could assist with mysticism.
Alright, then I will go ahead and make my engineering check. Come on.
And Goog will roll to assist you as well. Goog does assist.
So
Okay.
up to a 10.
A 10 will not do it, as a vortex of flying shrapnel and lightning rips through the planar tear in space. I'm gonna need a reflex save. Roland, presumably if you were over helping them, you'd be over there. I need a reflex save from Goog, Shaw, and Roland.
All right. Oh, where is it? Oh, there it is.
Oh, Goog with the nat 20.
Does mine fail?
Actually, you both pass.
Okay.
It's not a crazy hard DC for the actual save. That is going to be... it's going to be 6 bludgeoning and 4 lightning. 10 halved to 5 for you guys. You see Goog is like barely standing. Again, we have to do it. You hear Flea Grebe is like, it's not worth your life, Goog. And he's like, shut up, they'll get us off the station. They promised. Look, we do this, and we'll even help install it in your ship.
All right. I look over at Roll. Yeah, I guess. So I just have to try it again. Or actually, Roland, what's your mysticism modifier for severing that?
+5.
Maybe you should lead, and I'll help with the engineering since you have the better modifier.
Yeah, you could flip it around.
I think Shaw would look like Roland. Can you help me with the Can you help me sever the planar connection? I think that'll make the
using that like witch warper resonance, you kind of try to like push in the boundaries of this tear into one of the elemental planes, and as he's pushing it in, Shaw and Goog are trying to get the panels over it to contain it. So Goog, oh my god, both of them assist again for an 11. And god, I don't know if that's enough. Okay.
boy, our
It throws you guys back again. Make another reflex save. Roland, you think you were almost there. Like, you were 1 away, basically. You were super close.
oh man.
Pass from Roland.
Nope.
Shaw
Tell you what,
fails.
I'm gonna re-roll that with my new thing.
Oh, fancy. Groog is full unconscious if anyone wants to do anything about that.
I'll be staggered for a second if somebody wants to help him out real quick.
Shaw, with reroll, you both pass. That's going to have it to 3 for each of you. Roland, do you want to just toss him a healing serum? If that's the case, give me a D8 as you chap him in the leg. You see Rattle, Snarp, and Fleeger be like, Goog! He staggers back to his feet. He's like, it's fine. It's not as bad as the time that your gun exploded, Rattlesnop. It's okay. We were so close this time. You, or some sort of mage or something, do it again.
Alright.
Roland's gonna kind of push Goog to the side. Maybe let me stand in the middle. I'll take the brunt of it.
Okay. I think Goog probably doesn't fight you too hard on that. You shove him out of the way.
I like to roll. Ready?
Let's see if Goog assists. Goog does assist.
Shaw.
Shaw does not assist.
My dice.
There
we go.
Okay. Everyone's gonna go ahead and add an extra 100 XP. As you see Roland, kind of something like that glowing blue hand, it seems to grab the edges of this rift in space, pushing them together, compacting them into a ball, which Goog and Shaw seal away. Goog collapses on his backside, panting. Roland and Shaw, give me a perception check. Now that the engine is not, like, venting active planar energy. And I'll say, actually, Scorpio can make this too. You don't need to stand back anymore.
All right.
Okay. 2 things. First of all, Scorpio and Roland, you would notice that before the rift closed entirely, some of that planar energy did crystallize, forming what are known as elemental gems. There are 2 of those, and they will summon air elementals if thrown and broken.
Ooh.
So yeah,
Well,
times
good
2
thing-
mark 1 elemental gems.
Good thing to keep a hold of.
Perhaps more of interest though, Roland, as you look across the outside of the signal booster, this new drift engine, there is a clear reason for why it broke down like this. There's a chemical burn on one of the manifolds that has eaten a hole through, and to you that reeks of intentional sabotage. The edges of the burn even have like a weird gummy residue left over by whatever it was.
I'm gonna like kneel down in front of it, like, well, our suspicions were confirmed. It was definitely an inside job.
Give me either a physical science or a mysticism check as you investigate this gummy stuff. Roland, it was essentially almost like a thermite, like something that melted through it. But its base components weren't just like powdered metals and other chemicals. The base components would appear to be necroflesh.
Hmm. There may be another problem because we need more, clearly. And then he'll point it out to the other 2.
Oh, that's
Um,
joyous. And you see kind of Shaw kind of massage where the surgery scar was.
Yeah, you
Uh,
rub at the fresh scar.
Well, I think if we needed spare parts, I don't think this is what we had in mind.
Well, is it still? Do I think it's still like workable still? That it can be made functional?
The engine itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically functional now.
Okay.
You think with the goblins aiding you, you guys could probably get it installed in like a day or so, perhaps 2 at most.
Okay.
And if it makes your ship fast enough, that's still potentially on, like, there is still a bit of that random factor in the drift, but that might still make you fast enough to overtake the other crew.
Yeah, gives us a better shot. I think so. Shaw has a couple of ideas for other stuff, a couple things we might be able to do with the ship before we head out. But first things first, we got to get the engine installed.
Okay.
Is this are we good for this encounter here? Or?
Oh yeah, you're good.
Okay. So yeah, I guess we'll start getting the engine back to the ship and getting it installed.
I'd say you probably have to like hire a cab or like some sort of
like a
I was gonna say-
flatbed or something.
yeah, flatbed. Thank you. I was gonna say forklift. I was like, that's not what I mean. Yeah, I'd say you guys start loading it up. And you know that you have at least another. By the time this engine is loaded up, basically it'll be time to go pick up all those black hearts.
Okay. Would we have any time to do anything else with the ship before we get underway, or is that going to be something for later?
You could probably install some other stuff. It's still in a dock like 87 with Tarika and all those other workers that you can put on it.
So I have a question for you, Ben.
Yes.
We never discussed the power system issues for it, because technically, rules as written, it's actually drawing more power from the reactor than it can actually generate. I know we can kind of hand wave that a little bit because it's a prototype and things of that nature.
I can only assume. I think it was meant to be the next tier of reactor higher, and they just gave it the wrong one.
And the next one, I checked. Even the next one wouldn't be able to do it.
Oh, even the next one wouldn't?
No, I think I mapped it out. I'd have to find it. It's close to it's. I think it's just an accept because the weapons and the shields pitted over the top. So we can go through the details in a bit. But I was basically, and we can figure out the power system later.
Sure.
But I wanted to see if you think there would be enough, at least leftover power with what we've got now, to just do an upgrade on the computer with the build points we have.
I would imagine so.
So the reason for that is that the computers can actually be used to assist us in combats and stuff. Because right now it just has a basic computer system.
Yeah, once you guys are in ship-to-ship combat, it'll give you a certain amount of bonuses per combat round.
So, and before I spend BP, I just want to make sure everybody's okay with this, because I don't want to just be, it's our ship. I don't want to be like table captaining it.
What do you guys think?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead, because from last game, a computer definitely helps.
Yeah, I will say the computer saved them a bunch of times in the last adventure path.
Okay.
Just like a flat
So-
plus like bonus on a couple of rolls each round is huge.
So we have 7 build points remaining, from our, because we had to spend 3 for the cargo. We have 7 remaining. I'm thinking. I mean, I'm looking at this right now. I think as far as what we can afford in terms, because it would take 10 extra power to do this. Would a duo node or tri node be effective? Would that be okay, Ben?
I think a duo
Because
node
it
would do it.
All right, so that would be 2 build points, and then for a single, and this one is purely a luxury item. I want to make sure everybody's okay with this. I was going to upgrade the crew cabins by 1 level.
Yes.
Ooh, get those fancy rooms.
Just the good quality ones, because right now they're commons, but I have a feeling we're going to be spending a long time in this. So it would be total of 4 build points for the upgraded computer and for the upgraded cabins on board. I mean, so I'll just be frank. The crew quarters don't really give us a bonus to anything. It would be purely for like RP and flavor, but I want to make sure you guys are okay with that.
Oh yeah, I'm totally cool with that.
I like it. If you guys are gonna be living out of this ship,
Because
Right.
I think
Roland,
are you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't.
They just said in chat, but yeah.
Okay. All right,
Consensus
then.
on that.
Yeah, because I think Shaw spent enough time on military ships. I don't think he particularly wants to live in a barracks if he doesn't have to.
That makes a lot of sense, I will say.
Yeah, Scorpio definitely feels the same way.
So, all right. So I guess we'll go down to 3 build points, for the duo node computer and then the upgraded living quarters.
Let's see, you're in Pulse Black right now. Would Pulse Green be enough? Maybe that was
Pulse-
the color that.
A Pulse Green definitely would, because I want to say it was like 130 something power before.
Oh, the next tier up will do it then. Pulse White is above the one above. That's 140.
Okay, then let's go with that one.
We'll presume it was a Pulse White, so there wasn't a ton of power to spare, but enough that it makes sense.
Yeah, and enough that I can still have the 10 PCU to upgrade the computer.
Yeah, exactly. And like honestly, I feel like EdgeCore would have shelled
It's a
out
proto-
for at least a Pulse White.
White or a green, yeah.
Yeah.
We can go over the math later. I don't want to bog down the game too much, but it was just one of those things because like I did the math. I was like, that doesn't add up. Because for the players here, like I looked over this thing comes by default with the most powerful engine for its size class. In terms of like the sublight drive, this thing is gonna move.
Hell yeah. All right. Is there anything else you guys are doing on the station?
We can take fatigued off, right?
Yes. You can now take fatigued off.
Okay.
All right. I guess Scorpio Sky will do his usual, just sort of asking around the local club scene, seeing if anyone's seen show.
I'll say give me either a diplomacy or a culture check. See if you can either like talk people into it or just gather the information yourself.
All right.
Ooh,
30-20.
That's pretty good. I think you do manage to talk to enough people at the various clubs, and narrow down perhaps not a precise location, but there's a lot of rumors going around that she's gone out to perform farther away from the Pact Worlds, and like near space. She is performing out in the vast on some sort of aquatic planet.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, I'd say after coming back, Scorpio's like running at full tilt towards the ship. He's like, guys, I think I might have found out something about Show.
Imagine you rush up to the computers, like pulling up maps of the vast and shit.
Yep. He's like, so I don't know like exactly where she is, but apparently there's she's out in the vast here somewhere on some aquatic planet.
Shaw kind of rubs his chin a little bit. That's out.
I think you would know.
can look for it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say like, Scorpio Sky. You know, like this is something that with further research you could probably narrow it down more. It just wouldn't be the type of thing where you like just do a roll and narrow it down to that planet.
All right.
And I think Shaw, more out of curiosity, because for new planets and stuff, because like I don't know if he's ever even been to an ocean world or anything like that. We'll say he hasn't. For why not? I'll make it up as I go. Would be interested in seeing that. I think Shaw would also like to do a little bit of investigation work as well while we're on some of the downtime.
Please lay down. What are you investigating?
I think he would want to be looking for some members of his squad from the what we talked about. Some of the people that he's trying to see if there are any if there's any Vesk military ships, or maybe if there's somebody he could talk to about that.
I think probably diplomacy, or like to talk to locals, maybe like other pilots that could have seen them, or like a culture computers check to use the infosphere to try to figure, like, you know, track down some of these old contacts of yours.
Well, diplomacy is the least bad, so we'll go with that. Probably not.
Yeah, you're not quite sure. You got a couple of people like, I mean, if you're gonna look for Vesk, look at the Veskarium. I don't fucking know.
Yeah. Helpful as always.
Yeah, extremely helpful from their side.
So, okay, that's about all I got.
Hell yeah! All right. Roland, are you trying to research anything while you have the might of Absalom's internet at your fingertips?
Just for the heck of it, he's gonna look for a lead for any planar leaks. Just see if there's like a leak of, I don't know, the shadow plane anywhere, or the elemental plane of Earth or something.
Go ahead and give me a mysticism check. I think some of the local universities and like arcane societies are always monitoring planar things. See what you can get out of them. All right, we got a 12. You would know that there have not been a lot of planar breaches near Absalom Station as of late. After the invasion, when the Ark came to Absalom Station, things have been pretty on lockdown. The Starstone seems to be keeping things very stable in this region of space. But there have been increased reports of extraplanar incursions out in the vast as of late. I think Shadow Plane, Earth Plane, Airplane, like a lot of them are included in that. Although I say it is mainly from the like inner sphere of planes in Pathfinder. So the elementals, the Shadow Plane, the First World, and the energy planes, negative and positive. Although I can't remember if it's in Starfinder or Pathfinder, but one of the press releases I got emailed earlier, they're adding 2 new elemental planes to the cosmology. It's Metal and one other. I'm forgetting the other one. Yeah, fun fact. New elemental planes coming to a multiverse near you.
Well, that's dumb. Most planes are made of metal.
Boo. Alright. I can get this ship the heck out of here. Because you guys aren't flying that ship anymore. As you are getting ready to leave, you would meet with Tarika again. She's like, look, I got all the parts stripped out of here. The computer tags and stuff are changed. Do you all know what you want to call it? I mean, you could leave it unlabeled for now and just list its essentially serial number, but...
I think Shaw would look over. After flying the BD-514, I think that's a little bit boring. If y'all don't mind, I had a name in mind, if you're okay with it.
Tarika looks interested.
Well, let's hear what you have in mind.
Name of my old dropship, the Nightwind.
Spicy.
All right. I mean, I had an idea because you see, if we're gonna be like doing jobs at everything, we got to think about marketing and branding and that sort of thing. We want a ship that tells people that we're the best, we're second to none, that we are all elite.
What would that be?
It's the name of our ship and the name of our team here, the All Elite.
Oh, the All Elite? Okay.
Yep.
Here, I might not have spelled these right. Well, is it Nightwind like night or like...
One word, like that, exactly like.
Oh, I was gonna say like KN, like a night.
No, and no, like the night, like nighttime.
I was pretty sure that's what it was. In my head, I was like, I wonder if it's like a paladin.
No.
Both cool ideas. Roland, thoughts? Did you also think of one separately?
Only because of something Tarika just said. Because I definitely didn't have a single thought.
Okay.
But it's not exactly what she said. But whatever she said, something. But it made me think of unlisted.
So number 3 is unlisted.
Naming it unlisted.
Yeah.
I had
shit,
also
unlisted.
out of character, I had also thought of one, which is just the name of one of my favorite ships from the Halo universe. If you guys would care to hear it, it's the 2 for flinching, which I think is a hilarious name. But I digress. So we have the Nightwind, All Elite, and the Unlisted.
Wait, write your thing too.
Oh, okay. 2 for flinching. Like a whole punch buggy thing. I don't know if you guys do that wherever. I feel like it's called different things in different areas.
All right. So I guess the thing is, how do we decide?
Is a good question. Here is what I would suggest. It might still lead to a tie, but hopefully will not. If everyone wants to, you can message me on Discord. Everyone pick your top 2 that you would like it to be. I presume a lot of you will pick your own one as one of those, but you have to pick a second one as well, and we will see if any of them accrues more votes than another.
All right, sounds good.
We love a good tiebreaker.
I would say I would, at some point, I would talk to Tarika. I'd say, look, Tarika, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but you remember that Kasatha host? You know, I've been looking for her.
Yeah, you told me about it before, hon. It's a show, right?
Yeah. I don't know exactly where she's gonna be, but it's asking around. Seems like she's out in the vast, here on an aquatic planet somewhere. Not sure where exactly though.
She kind of drums her fingers on her belly, and she's like, I can start looking into it. There's some inhabited worlds that were found out that were water planets. There's I mean, a lot of the very like Abadar Corps and other organizations, they'll send out pilgrim ships and other ways to start new colonies on water worlds. I can get looking though.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I'd really appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. I hope we can find her.
I know. It's like, uh, you can be honest with me, Miss Tarika. Like, am I thinking too much about this? Like, does it seem like I'm chasing after nothing here?
She kind of considers that, and she's like, "Look, the galaxy's a strange place. It can get pulled out from under you real quick. I mean, what? About a month ago, all of us working for Edge Corps? If that is the case, why not chase what you want to do? If you're going to be an independent crew, why have goals that just other people are doing? Have your own goals. Look, this is a strange galaxy. We've seen swarms of alien beasts, killer signals, giant alien mega ships. I think anything could happen.
Even Kasatha with a amazing singing voice and probably more talent than I could ever dream of, falling for a big dumb lug like me. He gives a bit of a dopey smile.
She kind of laughs and she's like, Uvesk, I think back in the Veskarium, you're made to be a bit too cookie cutter, all the same. You're your own person. You got a lot going for you. I think you got a good shot.
Miss Tarika, can I give you a hug?
She's like, yeah, I'll give you a hug. She like climbs up onto like a nearby crate so she can like actually reach you for a hug.
All right, yes, and he is very careful and gentle with the hug.
Okay. I haven't voted yet, but I had one last idea.
Okay. Oh, okay.
It's more of a give everybody what they want kind of thing, but like also not really.
The unlisted
But-
Night Elite.
No, call it.
Sorry,
Call
go
it
ahead.
Tuna.
Huh.
TUNA. Tifa
Huh.
Punching, Unlisted, Nightwind, and Ollie. Or you can call it Tuna Can because we're also made of metal.
I kind of
So
love
tuna.
it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually I'm liking this actually.
What do you think, Mr. Pilot Shaw?
Well, I think we'll get some. I think Shaw will say might get some raised eyebrows, but if you guys like it, we can go with that.
All right.
I mean, like I said, it's all about branding, right? And it's definitely going to get people's attention.
Yeah, Shaw, I think you get the impression that Shaw might not necessarily have been on board with the notion of calling the ship Tuna, but at the same time, he's just like he's outvoted. So
Very well. I will record these details.
In your heart of hearts, you can just focus on the end and know that Nightwind is still somewhere in the name.
very well.
Democracy is a fickle mistress, to be sure.
It is indeed.
I guess I'll put that in the bio. I don't even know what section to put this in. Okay. as you guys, she's getting all that stuff locked down. You guys are getting ready to depart. Do you guys have anything else to say to Reigen Vul? Or are you just picking up your 50 tons of necrographs from him? Okay.
I would say, like,
Go ahead.
Scorpio Sky would look at him and say, like, now, if my sister comes to you, I was never here, okay?
He kind of narrows his eyes and nods. He's like, very well. Your sister, do you think she would want to experience the singularity?
I'm sure she'd want to experience something. I mean, she's always looking for the next hot new augment technology, so maybe she might swing your way.
Then my research continues. It's like the giant glowing runic circle at Singularity House begins to like glow. That weird necromantic energy, negative energy, starts spilling from capsule to capsules. He has his 3 floating necrografters help carry the crates for you guys. Sorry, necro harvesters. Ugh, gross. There's a reason a lot of the best necrografters are worshippers of Zon Cathon. Oh, Roland, are you asking him that? He's just like...
Yeah, I'm asking him.
Using distilled necrotic flesh to, instead of making grafts, create various weaponry? It's possible, I suppose. Why? Did you have an idea for something like that?
No. It's just something we encountered recently.
Give me a sense motive check. Man, he's really keen on the idea of necro explosives. He loves that idea.
Well, time to go.
Alright, okay.
And suddenly, part of Absalom Station is rent by a sudden explosion of
Starts
negative
venting
putrid
atmosphere.
flesh.
Beautiful. Love to see it. Okay.
Wow, who would ever give him that idea?
The stewards are gonna fucking hate you guys. He was doing his own crazy thing at Singularity. Who told him this? Okay. With that in mind, you guys launch. Carrying just tons and tons of Blackheart. Go ahead and... Let's see. You now have the signal booster, which the goblins and you successfully installed.
So what's our destination?
Tarika, this is a good question. She's sending you the coordinates of the buyer on Vesk 2, one of the planets of Veskarium. They live on the island of Kilty, deep within the Ghostmire. I'm going to say no check, because 2 of you are literally from the Veskarium. The Ghostmire is a bunch of ruins plagued by terrifying mist that transforms people into specters.
Oh, that sounds joyous.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Why can't we go anywhere nice?
Alright, now, as you begin to punch in the coordinates to Vesk 2 and send it to the drift engine, you feel the signal-boosted drift engine begin to hum through the wall behind the cockpit. Go ahead, and instead of a d6 like when you're going to Absalom Station, Shaw, roll me 3 d6, which is the normal time it takes to get there, and then we're going to divide that by 2 because of the signal booster.
Ooh,
Hey, that was a low roll, too.
talk to me, baby.
You almost, like, supernaturally fast. The ship rips a hole into the drift and launches forward. You guys take the next few days, so if any health was missing, it should be healed by now. You should have all your resources back up from your various classes. And you will head towards not only Vesk 2, but the Ghostmire. Alright. And... Alright. So, you guys are going to the Veskarium. Any, like, special training or anything you can do while you're on your way? Are you trying to use, like, that video game you guys got?
Not off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything.
Alright, fair enough. So you guys head toward the cradle of a mighty interstellar war machine, the Veskarium. Veskarium is, of course, the 8-planet solar system that the militant race of the Vesk rule. The scaly race evolved on the planet closest to the sun, and from the beginning, they easily cowed the bands of other rival species here, and eventually, one by one, took the other systems, renaming their home Vesk Prime, and then the others are subsequently renamed Vesk 2, Vesk 3, etc. There are a wide array of other subject races within the Veskarium. For instance, on Vesk 2, there are a breed of, like, stone-faced squid folk. There are frost behemoths of Vesk 7. More like feline humanoids on Vesk 6. It's all great over there. But as you exit the drift, things are going to get interesting. As you arrive at Vesk 2, you emerge from the drift amid a dense swarm of hundreds of immense creatures floating in space. The creatures have massive tentacles, and they seem to be radiating bright bioluminescent colors. Their body is made of some sort of gelatinous material, and within that clear gelatin you can see fire and electricity flashing. And we can make a mysticism check on these creatures if you would like. Alright, Roland, taking point on the mysticism again. These are what are known as Pyrozoa. They are magical beasts whose amorphous bodies produce and vent superheated plasma through their pores. Unfortunately, beyond the swarming Pyrozoa lies the Vesk 2, an ocean planet dotted with many sprawling islands. As you arrive, your sensors begin to beep, not only from the swarming creatures, but there is a ship exiting the drift some several thousand miles off your port side. A new ship exits the drift, and immediately begins hailing you. Do you guys answer?
Is there any ID or anything on the hail, or is it just somebody's calling us?
It says it is the Wintermorn.
Well, let's see what they want. It's not a Veskarium warship?
It is not, no. I'll put its image next to you so you can see it. That is a little too big. It is about roughly the same size as your guys' vessel. Okay. My nose is itchy. Alright. Do you accept the hail?
I'll look over the crew and I'm just like, all right, I guess we see what they want.
All right.
Excellent. If that is the case, sorry, let me double check a note here. Okay. As you answer the sensors, a video link comes through for your ship. You guys see a couple familiar faces, namely Neva, Dizzy, and Hemlith, along with a new person you hadn't seen before, but you would presume is this elusive pilot of theirs, Jinx. So I'm going to show the people again. We got Dizzy. We got Hemlith, who we learned was a witch warper. We got Neva, who appeared to be the captain, some kind of Yosoki soldier. And last but not least, a new figure at the controls. You guys see Jinx. At first glance, Jinx would appear to be a Verthani. They're kind of like gangly humanoids with dark eyes. They live on the twilight world of Verces that is tidally locked. So, one side is always in sun, one side is always cold. Thin twilight band down the middle where you can live. You put on the smug grin that you had before in front of them. And Neva, their captain, steps forward. Can't say I'm surprised to see y'all again. Had a feeling you were on the same job we are. I'm impressed you managed to beat us here, though. What do you say we settle it with a race? First one through this cluster of fire jellies and on planet is first in line to talk to the buyer. Deal?
You see Shaw smirk a bit at that.
As you smirk about that, they don't even wait for you to answer. Jinx hits their sublight engines at full.
I do the same.
All right, you both start racing through the crowd. The rest of you kind of stumble back, having come out of drift calmly. So I imagine not all of you guys are strapped into combat stations. Okay.
I just imagine the three goblins tumbling like dice somewhere in the back.
Yeah, over the ship intercom, you can hear Goog and it's "What's going on? We seem to have sped up out of the drift."
I strongly recommend everybody find something to hang on. This is about to get sporty.
Alright, so we are going to go into a starship chase. So not quite starship combat. But there is a set of rules. We'll keep going as we go. At the beginning of each round of a starship chase, each character of any of you guys can switch to a different starship role. And there will be obstacles along the way. Typical chase lasts about 6 rounds.
All right.
And there will be various checks as you go through.
All right, I'll motion up. Scorpio, get on the co-pilot seat.
Aye, aye.
I remember Roland saying he wanted nothing to do with the flying.
It's fair. All right. In this case, there are a lot of other actions you guys can take during the chase, but I will provide you with other things. Some of the options can include covering fire, creating obstacles for your opponent, using the environment as cover, if you're flying in a canyon, Death Star style, etc., etc. There's a few options they list. If you have an idea for flying through these giant ambient space plasma animals, feel free to throw it at me. But the first obstacle, I'm gonna need you guys to make either a bluff, diplomacy, or intimidate as the shit talking starts between the captains. Neva trying to rattle you all. She's like, you motherfuckers don't have any chance. Jinx here. She's tapping the back of the Verthani's shoulder, and he's not paying attention. She's he's the only pilot to ever successfully navigate the blockade in the diaspora.
Ah, damn it. What is with my dice today?
Go ahead, Roland.
Well, I'll roll first.
All right.
As, as she's talking,
Mm-hmm.
Roland just kind of goes stale faced and it's like, I just want you guys to keep in mind, you had a 5-day head start and we still beat you here. Be prepared to lose another race.
You hear Dizzy, the dragonkin, chuckle, and then Neva, like, jumps up and, like, smacks him in the back of the head. That is just fucking barely a success. Alright, we have our first success. Oh, excuse me. Alright. Cool. So, as you guys progress forward, you see the very swarms of these plasma-spewing pyrozoa creating a field of electromagnetic interference that is messing with both of your ship's power cores, causing the entire ship to lurch as your systems sputter. I need one of you guys to jump to the engineering or science officer chair and give me a computers or engineering check.
All right, I've got the engineering, so I'll look to Scorpio. Take the helm.
You got it.
All right, and I'll jump on the engineering. Come on, dice. Come on.
Ooh.
Yes!
Oh, nice. Okay. I'm gonna say not only do you avoid the penalty of failing for that obstacle, you're gonna get a +2 on the next check. All right. You see she curses as you guys effortlessly maintain control of the ship, and you're starting to pull ahead of the Wintermorn. As you begin to pull ahead of the Wintermorn, you feel the controls are starting to drag a bit, Scorpio, as you hopped in the pilot seat. And as you look around through the various viewing screens, it looks like several of these pyrozoa have wrapped tentacles around the tuna, increasing drag on the vessel. Effectively, you can need to either make an engineering or acrobatics check to do some fancy flying and lose these pyrozoa.
Alright, I'll go ahead and do acrobatics.
Alright, and this will be at a +2 from the last critical success.
23 then.
Ooh, that is a success. We are pulling well ahead of the Wintermorn right now. Beautiful. Alright. So you guys have gained successes. You see, so another thing that can happen is the other ship can take hits, as you guys can. You guys see that they fail to pull away from the drag. Jinx does, as he's trying to pilot. And they incur several hits to their ship as you guys continue to pull ahead in the race. Alright. As you guys kind of settle in, like had a good streak going right here, the space in front of the central view screen begins to bubble and swirl, almost like crazy alcohols you saw at the nightclub that had like pearl dust and have these weird rippling effects. This extraplanar chaos begins to manifest in front of your vessel. I'm going to need a mysticism check. I think because we have our own Witch Warper, Roland, you can tell that Nehemelith is basically bending realities in front of your ship to try to slow you down.
I knew it, and I was thinking about doing it too. So, and you can fully tell me I can't do this, but because of Infinite Worlds, I can pretty much affect. I can make difficult terrain. Can I use it to counter her difficult terrain?
Ooh. I think that would still be a mysticism check because you're basically using both of your infinite world powers. But I will think that is a very good idea. I'm gonna lower the DC because of that idea.
Okay.
You guys like the red swirling energy of her outside, her magic, Roland, you extend your blue energy, trying to like phase out the red, but instead of balancing out to a lovely purple, unfortunately on a 7, she overwhelms you. Your ship has now started to take some hits. The hits are kind of abstracted in chases. Don't worry about like tracking health. You take a hit, and your guy's next check is going to be at a -2. All right. Next obstacle, there's this, and then one more obstacle after this. They've pulled closer to you after this failure, but they're still a little bit behind you. Jinx brings the Wintermorn, trying to get right behind your engines, and lets out a magnetic pulse from some of their side rakes. As the magnetic pulse washes over your ship, it'll push your metal hull into the plasma being spewed by a nearby massive pyrozoa. This is going to be a piloting check to try to reassert control after the magnetic blast.
Alright.
So 15.
With a 15, that is not enough. You take another hit, and you guys push through as much as you can. But on that next failure, the Wintermorn is neck and neck with you guys. Up ahead, you see a narrow gap, a pass in the dense wall of Pyrozoa. If you can fly through there, you'll have a clean shot to the planet. This is going to be either a piloting or a gunnery check. As you try to either blast your way through or simply out-pilot Jinx.
Is anybody on? We don't have. Is it anybody on the turret right now? I guess is the question. I guess I have the missiles in my station.
Yeah, you can have the missiles. You could also have someone hop on the turret like the beginning of this next obstacle.
But when you say a gunnery check, is that just like making an attack with the starship?
So a gunnery check is... There's a few ways you can do it. It's either D20 plus the gunner's base attack bonus, or the gunner's ranks in piloting, plus dex modifier, plus computer bonuses, plus bonuses from friends, etc.
Okay. My computer's modifier is not great.
Well, it would be a bonus from the computer systems of your ship, and you did just
Oh,
add
okay.
computers in. So what computer? The Duo node.
Yes, it's just +1.
So you can add a +1 to this, and then I assume your ranks in piloting are probably equal to your base attack bonus at the moment.
Yeah, the greater actually. My
They're
piloting's
greater?
+7.
Well, it's just the ranks, not the actual bonus.
Oh no, I only have one rank, but then I actually have the. Then I have the +3 from my. It's a class skill.
Gotcha. Okay, in that case, your base attack bonus would be higher because it would be +3.
Okay, then we'll go ahead
so
with the gunnery check.
D20 +3 plus your dex +1 from the computer. So what's your dex +3?
I believe so. Dex +3.
So 3, 6. So D20 +7.
All right.
What gun are you lining up on this Pyrozoa, trying to blast your way through ahead of the Wintermorn?
So the only one that I have at the pilot seat, I thumb the safety and let loose a missile.
You guys feel a deep vibration of the ship as Shaw lets out a carefully aimed missile toward the Pyrozoa.
Ah!
That was the worst time for that one.
Why is? I need a CP reroll.
CP roll
my
would be
lord.
good.
Oh my lord.
All right.
They're gonna. God, this was going so well.
It was real neck and neck there. All right. As they, you guys, the missile does indeed hit, but the fire, you have to pull the ship up to avoid it, whereas the Wintermorn just punches straight through. Oh, okay, all right. The chat did pay for a reroll, so I'll say you get the reroll there.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we do the stream for the shenanigans. Why not?
Oh, cool. All right. drinks for Chad. Jeez, good. Thank you.
Oh,
That's more like it.
absolute save there. Okay. Let's see. Is that a big enough?
Chat, you all are fucking legends.
That is also a wide enough margin compared to their piloting check. That you guys ensure your victory in the chase and boom, punch out of the Pyrozoa. You guys are each going to get 800 XP.
Sweet.
And you hear the clipped tones of Neva Rovo, the Yosoki. She's just... Let it not be said that the Wintermorn doesn't keep their word. We'll wait to talk to the buyer until after you've had your turn.
So Scorpio Sky will put a hand up to the side of his face and says, you know, I think I hear a little song here. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye.
You guys see the video link? You see Neva's like, fuck! And she, like, lunges for the controls. And, like, Dizzy's like, hold on, boss, hold on! And he, like, has her, like, in a fucking, like, full Nelson as the Yosoki struggles. And you see Jinx, the pilot, fully hasn't said a fucking word since this started. He just leans forward and turns off the communications.
And Shaw lets out a deep belly laugh. He's just laughing his ass off.
Alright, you guys begin to, like, pilot down towards Vesk 2. You, like, as you're looking at some of the cameras on the ship, there's a brief moment where you see some of the fucking goblins are, like, tending each other's wounds in the bathroom, like, trying to, like, wash off some cuts as they were just fucking thrown around the cargo hold willy-nilly. Alright. Excellent. Okay. So, with that in mind, you got your XP. God, it's gonna mess with me so much. Like, they assume that people change the name, but for the rest of the AP, they always write, like, the Oliphant lands, and I'm gonna have to, like, avoid it every time in my head. Alright. When the TUNA, the Tuna lands, you guys find yourself in a sprawling network of ancient ruins. Let's change up our stuff here. Don't need our chase music. Alright. Sorry, this one gets a little louder than the other one, so feel free to adjust that volume. You find yourselves in this sprawling network of ancient ruins, seemingly recently excavated. As you're flying low over the surface, you see that there are mangled pieces of excavation equipment, drills, backhoes, all marked with the emblem of the Veskarium surrounding the ruins. You see hundreds of tents pitched along the landscape, some of which appear to have been converted into medical facilities. You see thousands of my least favorite race to say in Starfinder, the Ijtakiris, who are like the squid people. I think we already saw one of them, but for reference, this is how you spell it, and it breaks my brain. As you guys try to head into the landing zone you were aiming for, is there anything you are saying to each other or planning as you begin to bring the ship in for a landing?
No. I think, still with a wide grin on his face, Shaw would look over at his compatriots and just say, "We need to hurry to that buyer. They'll backstab us as soon as they as soon as they hit planetfall."
Yes, I'm sure they will. You know, it is just kind of a shame, though. You know, actually, I know I've been going after show, but it was just at least nice to, you know, have someone actually act like they're interested in me. You know.
Shout out to Dizzy. What a legend. All right. As you guys head out, you look around and see, like, it's not injuries from, like, excavations. A lot of the Ichtikris look sick. If anyone wants to give me, like, a medicine check here. See if I can see what the hell's going on.
Dirty 20.
Ooh, that's not bad.
Ooh!
Damn, okay. Sean Roland, it would appear that these sapient squid-like creatures, all the ones populating this area, have been afflicted with either some sort of necrotic disease or maybe some sort of very strange form of radiation. And as unfortunately as you land, you do see you fly over. There is a grave, like an open mass grave of some of them who've succumbed to this necrosis. It's hard to say.
Shaw grimaces. Oh, let's not stick around here too long. I would have heard of this place before, and I mean Scorpio and I both would have, right? Or I mean, obviously
yeah.
Vesk too, but I don't know about this place in particular.
I would say, I mean, you know about Vesk 2. I think you would have heard something about the Vesk uncovering ruins on Vesk 2. I would say give me a culture check. I'm gonna lower the DC by a fair amount because you guys lived in the Vesk area.
All right.
Scorpio, I think this wasn't something that Blackheart, at least when you were there, cared a lot about. But the Veskarium as a whole has been attempting to uncover the ruins here for decades. A lot of the squid folk here, who dwell near this area, actively oppose the excavation. They claim that it will unleash a terrifying evil that was imprisoned by their ancestors. This belief stems from a series of centuries-old texts that are highly respected in their culture.
Interesting.
As you guys are...
I'll pass that on.
I'm gonna put his token on the map because it doesn't have official art, but I'll use one of the armored squid folk. One of the armored squid folk floats over to you in this seemingly like sealed biohazard set of armor. You landed on Vesk 2. What is your business? As you can see, we have grave matters to attend.
Shaw will lean forward. Delivery of augmentations. What's the name of the client?
You don't know. They're somewhere here. Someone needs
assuming we were
Blackhearts. Basically, like, the coordinates were here to, like this excavation camp. But you guys were never told the name of a client. And in fact, even your contact at the club, she was like, I don't know who it's for, but they're, like, willing to pay.
Basically, Shaw will say, we're on contract to deliver, he doesn't want to say the necrographs directly considering what he's just seen. Biomedical supplies designed to fortify against disease.
If that's the case, you will likely need to complete your deal with Dr. Shazarad. Come, she waits in a tent nearby. You guys are led to a nearby tent. It's like a big old like medical symbol stamped on the side, and you see the doctor. You have visitors. They come with medical supplies, and you guys see a wee little figure push the tent flap aside, as a green skittermander, holding bubbles in one hand and a cigar in the other, and wearing scrubs, comes out to greet you.
I don't know what I was expecting, but not that.
Oh my goodness. I'm Dr. Shazarad Kwamp. Hey, new friends. You must have my organ delivery?
That's correct.
Oh, good, good. And the original price is still good? 20 BP?
As stated. I mean,
Excellent.
I guess. Yeah. I'm Shaw probably wouldn't haggle if you guys want to. I obviously, go ahead, but Shaw wasn't planning to haggle on that one.
Nah, it seemed like more than a fair price, and we seem to be getting a good deal here.
I think so.
It's fair.
Yes, bro. This isn't a situation Roland would haggle in.
You guys don't want to haggle with the Warzone doctor? That's crazy.
I don't think so.
That's wild. What do you mean?
I mean, being a Warzone doctor is really the only reason why Scorpio hasn't pointed out how, he doesn't really feel like smoking in this sort of place. It'd be very sanitary.
Counterpoint.
He's
You can have
thinking that.
smoke
He's
in the
not
bubble.
saying it. But he's not saying it.
It's fair. She gestures and some of the Ijtikris move over with their power armor and start unloading the crates. Just, I admire the Ijtikris, Shazrad says, gazing out of the tent of the protesters who have come to see what exactly you guys are doing. They're standing up for what they believe in, but this place is gonna kill him, so I figured I'd help. Necrographs may be a little squishy, but they're perfect for the situation. With a black heart inside them, my friends outside won't even notice the radiation. Or the poisonous air. And, maybe they won't notice the fact they're dead inside. I don't know. But I'm helping, and that's what matters.
You have an unusually cheery outlook about such a gloomy situation.
She shrugs, she says, "You want to talk about gloomy? I used to work at a Veskarium stronghold on this planet, and let me tell you, some of those army folk are quite gloomy indeed."
Comes with the territory.
Hmm.
You see, and you guys kind of see a frown at Shaw's face a little bit at that one.
Yeah,
like-
Scorpio just gives a bit of a solemn nod, knowing exactly what she means.
She eyes up the new pair of Vesk, kind of like Nemesis. Indeed. Listen, many of these folk have run out of options, and they'd rather accept what some consider the partial death of a necrograft, the uncleanness of it, over the final death of going without one. And if we could afford biomechanical upgrades, well, we would do that, but this is what we have, and we'll make do.
Understood.
Good.
Well.
Good.
We'll go ahead and help get it unloaded, I suppose.
As you guys help her, first of all, everyone's gonna get 200 XP for getting this to her.
So close.
Yes, I hear you meowing, Paladin. My cat's like fully laying upside down with his head hanging over the table looking at me.
Mine is just staring holes in me right now.
Meh, pay attention to me. Meh.
We're playing Starfinder. You goose. Alright. You guys get a sweet payday of 20 BP. You got some downtime here if you would like to take it for a couple of days. Our lovely green doctor here, Shazarad, she was just like, I know that this hopefully was a good payday for you all. Goodness knows it took much of the credits and equipment I'd saved up, but I assure you, this conflict, she gestures out at the protesters. There's a couple of Vesk out there who aren't attacking anyone, but do have weapons and are standing as if they're defending the equipment.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot going on in the Veskarium these days. Perhaps if you wait a few, I'm sure you could find work.
I thank you for the offer, but I actually got in with this whole thing to get away from that kind of work.
She cocks her head and is like, what if I referred you to a friend of mine?
That depends. Would this friend of yours be in any way related to, Blackheart Security?
The guards? No. My friend is a Skittermander, like me. He's a kind fellow, and his wife, Adani, is kind as well. She's not Vesk. She's a Patra. You guys know it's a kind of cat folk native to Vesk 3.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind hearing him out. What do you guys think?
Wouldn't mind hearing him out. I'm not sure if I want to stick around in an irradiated Maya for necessarily longer than I have to. But if there's extra work to be had, I'd be interested.
Good. I'll send them a transmission. Sometimes they're busy out on the ranch, but hopefully they'll answer quickly, and I'll show you their message. Yes?
Much appreciated.
All right.
Also, I think
Go ahead.
if the folks don't mind, let's not they may be goblins, but let's not unload them in the irradiated wasteland.
You see, they
Even
start,
I would
like,
feel bad about that.
stumbling
Yeah,
out of
yeah.
the ship, and they're like, "Is this Longshanks? Is this where we're getting off? A good place? Yes."
I don't think you would live too long here. The folks here be dying.
Oh.
We'll wait and we'll get you someplace even a tad bit more hospitable. I personally would feel
Oh.
ill at ease dropping off folks someplace where they're gonna die shortly.
Oh. Well, can we play in the HAC, the Hollow Chamber?
As long as you don't wreck it. Just remember, it's not to be salvaged.
You see Goog shove down the other two, and they run inside.
Only for another I look over at the others. Only for another day or two.
Yep.
Good.
Scorpio Sky will nod, and he's just like, alright, I'm just... Anytime we're in, Vescaria, I'm always a little bit antsy that I might run into somebody I know, or someone might recognize me.
Well, I think Shaw would just say, you know as well as I do, it's a big Vescarium. Just keep it on the down low. We'll be casual. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah. There's, only one person I know that I hope I run into that recognizes me. You actually hear him let out that dreamy sigh.
Most dreamy fucking sigh. All right. About a day passes. You guys can chill for a bit. Relax. Go ahead, Roland. Do you have something?
Yeah, just to be petty.
Okay, strong start. Go for it.
So, during, like, after she gets off her call, I guess, he would say, oh, there's actually another shipment just waiting out in orbit, but you don't have to worry about paying them. They are purely doing this out of the kindness of their heart, and don't even offer them money. They'll take it as a huge insult. Purely out of the kindness of their heart.
She comes back a little bit later, and she's like, I tried contacting them, but they said they'd find another buyer. The little, Yosoki one seemed quite annoyed.
Oh, that's such a shame, because, you know, they're in a bit of trouble, have a really bad reputation. Horrible reputation. I'm not one for gossip, but, if it ever comes up in conversation with anyone else, they just have a really bad reputation. And this was their one shot at making a better reputation for themselves. Bad reputation.
It's like,
And then he just walks away.
She nods. As you guys, spend your day relaxing, about a day later, Shazarad comes to you. She's like, I have the message, from my friend, contact. Do you wish to see now?
Sure.
Alright. You guys ready for, some quality characters? First, this is a pre-recorded message. Adjusting the camera, you see, presumably, the person she mentions, wife, Adani, this cat folk, as she's adjusting the camera. Black fur, green eyes, scar over the eye. Wearing a very simple leather jacket, and it looks like, overalls. Seems like she is working the farm there as well. The other one, Carmelar, as your new friend has introduced him as, Carmelar Gravender, is, shall we say, a bit more ostentatious.
Well, all right then.
Cowboy hat, chewing on some long grass as she steps back next to him. Got what looks like a modified blaster to look like a 6-shooter, and a pipe and monocle. All right. As you guys gotta like lean in to see this footage, you guys see in this crazy draw, "Greetings, proprietors of the tuna. I'm Baron Carmelar Gravender, though my dearest confidants call me Carm. Most beloved among these companions is, of course, my partner, Adani Sammer, humbled matron of Skitterhaven Ranch, home for the found. Now, you might be thinking, to what do you owe this unexpected but pleasurable correspondence? Well, our rangelands have been ravaged by some sort of mysterious predator. This week alone, we found the remains of 3 prize mono maimed and devoured. And Gumbembo discovered our Ruthig flock. Well, they were drained entirely of blood. I fear it won't be long before whatever plagues us tires of feeding on the animals and comes for the whelps. Our only hope is to respond as any soldier loyal to High Despot Kahan would, with overwhelming and decisive force. We must acquire animals so belligerent, so pugnacious, that no carnivore would dare desecrate our..." Adani sighs and leans in. "Look, we need Defrexes. A few adults would frighten off whatever's killing our livestock, but if we're gonna do this, I want to do it right. Start a whole operation, breaking Defrexes as mounts, training them for live performances, festivals, hell, even trivids. Maybe even breed them when they mature. We need 60 head of them or so. I know y'all are not professional Defrex herders, but word is your crew is resourceful enough to make Neva Rovo crap her pants a little. And frankly, that's good enough for me." That was the end of the message.
Interesting.
See, they are very nice. They run Skitterhaven Ranch, 254 acres, 50 miles east of the city of Moranda Morandra, in ancient Skittermander City. They like to call it the home of the found. Oh, she shuffles through some files on her data pad. They did send some more information about the job should you choose to accept it. Do you think you would help them?
May I see the contract?
She has you. It says Adani offers to pay you all 1 BP for every 10 head of Defrexes that the crew can bring to the ranch. A bonus of 5 BP on top of that if they can deliver 60 of the creatures.
Is there any word on where we might find them?
Yes. She tells you that the monsters in question, she recommends that you all venture to Karudi Canyon to gather this many of them at once. This is a vast gorge deep within the Yiti Preserve on Vesk 2. Creates kind of a natural barrier that isolates these creatures from other predators, protects their dens, allows them to flourish. Aware that you guys are rather new to Defrex herding, she has also sent along the infamous tell-all memoir, Taming the Herd, The Secrets of Cabazrin Ranch, a book written by another Skittermander who labored for years on Vex 2's largest Defrex homestead. That was a lot. I'm just gonna put that last bit in chat there. There you go. That's the book.
Skittermander folk are certainly outgoing.
I kind of look over at my colleagues. I mean, one hand it's easy BP. Haven't heard anything from Tarika yet.
Put another Defrex token on the galaxy. Well, I would like to know. There we go. Aren't they so pretty?
Oh, that's what I want 50. That's what I want 50 of in my cargo hold.
Yeah, 60 of them. They're so pretty.
Ugh.
Yeah, they're pretty great.
I kind of look over. We're doing this. We gotta have that cargo hold locked down tight.
Yeah, honestly, you guys think with your like double massive cargo holds, you could hold probably 100 of them. So 60 shouldn't be a problem.
It's a question of getting the damn things to willingly come aboard.
So when you guys, flip through the book, I mean, there's a lot of ways you go about this. You probably would need transportation. You're not gonna be able to just fly your ship into this gorge. You could rent Enercycles. You could even rent trained Defrex mounts that are already trained by a different ranch. Maybe a big land vehicle, kind of up to you. You would know locally that the herding is legal in the canyon, but all of you do need licenses. It is 150 credits a license. I will say if you guys want to make a computer's check, you could forge the licenses.
None of us have good computers, I don't think.
I don't think you do, really.
Yeah.
I hope J-Boz's operative eventually does.
Hope so. Maybe next our other new one will get some in.
It's up to you guys. I mean, it's 450 total for us, or is it 150 for the whole group?
Let me double check that paragraph real quick. I believe it was 150 each. Each one is 150.
Ooh.
Also, I'm gonna show you guys a fun little bit of art. This is what it's like to herd these creatures. So you guys could pay to ride an already domesticated one, or like the iconic android on the right, rent some Enercycles.
Can't speak for the others. I think Shaw would prefer the cycle.
It's fair. You don't want to ride a giant bear, badger, porcupine-looking creature?
I think he'd be uncomfortable with that.
I prefer to ride on the back of something I can stop easily.
It's okay. They're only listed, in the Vesk 2 logs as one of the top terrestrial predators on the planet.
It's like apparently Scorpio can hear you saying that in the back of his mind. He's just shaking his head, just going, nope, 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 nope.
All right.
Up to you all. We can either get some extra BP, or we can look for work elsewhere. Up to you.
Your call. I mean, that's a pretty good payday. 10 BP for each 10 you bring in. If you get all of them, an extra 5 on top of that, 65 for a couple days' work.
That's gonna really get that's a huge chunk of stuff we could do with the ship.
I mean, it seems like, this might be a risky job for some people, but the Skittermander Ranch is willing to pay.
I do like the payday.
Yeah. Scorpio Sky will stand up and he's like, you know what? Let's do it. You know what? I'm tired of going through life wondering what could have been. I'd say let's throw caution to the wind and let's fucking do it.
Hell yeah.
John nods, like, I think that's the right spirit. We're independent contractors now. We get lots of options, and could be fun.
Could be fun. All right. What do you guys think? Are you renting bikes? Are you renting the things? Are you getting licenses, or trying to just, go out there and get these animals without a license? In terms of renting transportation, an Enercycle is 70 credits per day to rent. A Defrex is 500 credits per day to rent.
Ooh. I would certainly go with the cycle, and for me then. I don't have that much money.
Cycle as well.
You can also try to persuade a nearby rancher to lend it to you. Up to you. And I mean the animal, not the bike.
Right.
They can get bikes. Roland's gonna try to persuade for an animal because he is low on money.
Hell yeah! Give me a diplomacy check against the nearby.
Yeah, we may need to. I don't know if there's a way to do it. At some point, we may need to convert one of these BPs to credits at some point. We also had some extra cargo when we salvaged the ship, I believe, as well. Or we stole the ship. I think there were some crates or something on board, so maybe we can sell that off at some point.
Hell yeah. 25. Alright. That is a success, as you convince a nearby rancher. Alright, I suppose if you're gonna get it, you need an animal to get the rest of the animals. I get it. I'm trusting you with this, though, okay?
Oh, is it high enough to borrow his license too?
Ooh, I would say that's a separate check.
Okay.
He's like, you want my
saving
my
money.
license?
Just temporarily, not forever.
Oh, I don't know about that.
We're gonna
son.
give it back. 17.
Alright, but can you at least leave me something as collateral so I know you're not just gonna ride off and not come back?
Sure. I will leave you. What can I leave?
I don't know, up to you.
He's gonna leave. He's gonna leave his tactical sword and the vital seed he hasn't used yet.
He's like, whoa, hold on there, buddy. Watch where you're swinging that thing. But he'll take it into his house. He's like, all right. He's like, all right, follow me back to the barn. He's like, all right, look, this one right here, she's one of my favorites, all right? This is Boogles. Now, you gotta promise me you're gonna return Boogle safe and sound, right?
I will do my best.
All right. You see Boogle's kind of like starts sniffing towards you. He's like, easy, Boogles, easy, easy. Drow's not food. Alright, well, it's gonna be a hell of a job if you can pull that off for Skittermander Ranch. Careful of Karuti Canyon, though. A lot of hunters sometimes go through there. Don't want to get caught up in some sort of a scuffle with one of them. Oh, and, you don't mind me giving you some free advice as a herder of these creatures, do you?
Please do.
Alright, look. Two ways I sometimes mess around with the live ones to get done what I need to do. One, if you got any blood, scent of blood can help lure those creatures somewhere you need them to be. Secondly, well, the local hunting authority sells this on their Infosphere site, but you could purchase a sound file of a Defrex call. Might be able to use that to lure or confuse them. He's like, last but not least, I suppose for 100 credits you could rent a flushing lizard. A flushing lizard, you know, a small lizard. You throw it out amongst the Defrex. emits a extremely loud, shrill bark that makes them run away. You know, a flushing lizard. Man, y'all are really going
Yeah,
into this
totally
half-cocked,
me.
aren't you? Whew.
Not even half, more like a quarter. But sure.
Ah, don't you worry. Boogle's here will take care of you. He scratches behind, like, the black ridge of fur around her head. Alright, well... You tell your other compatriots, I wish them luck. Alright, you guys, we'll cut over to the fucking, like, local bike rental shop. There's a much more bored, it looks like this kid is, like, 18 attendant who's just like, alright, that'll be 70 credits a day. At least 70 up front, you'll pay the rest when you come back. Sound good?
Very well.
Sounds good to me.
Alright. Give me a perception check as you guys go around back and press the little key chip into your bikes. Alright. A little bit of a drizzle's coming down as you hit the bike's engines. They start to lift off the ground. You see puddles rippling away from you in circles. Shaw, you look up at a nearby ridge, and in the backlight of the sun's a little bit behind the rain clouds. Hard to see exactly, but you swear you see. Do you want to buy the lizard? It's 100 credits. You want to buy a lizard, I guess. But Shaw, you see what looks like someone up there with 4 horns, judging by the silhouette and by the angle of how they're standing. They're looking at you and Scorpio Sky. This is like a couple 100 feet off.
Scorpio.
Yeah, what's up?
I motion. We got company.
What kind of company you think it is?
The kind that's watching us, and I don't like it necessarily. Need to be careful. So I motion towards the figures up on the cliff top.
As you motion towards them, you see a little cloud of steam, like whoever this person is just like did a big exhale. And you see them turn around and walk backward, like walk away from you guys until they're lost from sight due to the edge of the cliff.
Did it look at all like the red lady?
This individual looked far more muscular and built than
Okay, I couldn't remember if she had
any-
horns or not.
No. She didn't have horns. She's human. She just is red for reasons that you don't know yet. I mean, whatever this person... It was a humanoid. It was a very big humanoid. Certainly wasn't one of the crew of the Winterborn. And as you guys ready your inner cycles to go meet up with Roland, you guys think, who will be watching you? You've dealt with Ergothone worshippers at the club, the Wintermorn crew. Did they hire someone? Edgecore? They certainly didn't like that you took their ship. Not to mention the Golden League. Shit, you killed St. John's lieutenant, or one of them.
Yeah, and Scorpio's also thinking if, like, you know, is someone from Blackheart Security?
Also possible. I mean, you're in the Veskarium now. This is... Any of these planets could have Blackheart, and they could all... I mean, even more, they could have your sister, specifically. Although I imagine the rest of the family probably hangs out on Prime.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think they're... I imagine they're too, like, full of themselves to not live on Vest Prime.
Oh, obviously.
But with all these possibilities swirling on your heads as you guys drive off through the rain, we'll pick up again next week.
All right.
Down on the ranch.
Down on the ranch. God, I love Skittermander so much.
They are
They're
cool.
so good. All right. Thank you everyone for still watching. We will be back next Thursday.
Yes. And thank you again, chat, for the clutch reroll.
Yes, that was helpful. All right. Catch you all later.